mpusa leti bu atigere Kawira wene kigwa ibo atigere kyojo yero maru tukiomboka kuomboka tusema na ili abo kieninde Bwana asifiwe na ndi nyambo kama tio kabuyo kama utaneze kama tako impeachment ya vivi atea kubia didelie ta kama liganiria kwamba bantu kwera bonjuria la kalivale banjuria ndale la medo bijathira mukama tio kabuyo yake ambamba akakobia umage kalinga 20-0 na ndiba oganebeje tukuja tuteku ayeke.
As I answer your question, Council.
Is it possible? It's a yes no question, Madam Governor.
Out of the 600 vehicles we have in Meru, is governor supposed to verify work tickets for every vehicle?
No, and money is paid, which you call interest. It is used in February, and you've used one work ticket 17 times. And my question is, do you intend that work ticket be used to justify the payments that you made to your sisters? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of the work ticket.
You're not aware?
Photocopied for the purpose of this impeachment.
It has been photocopied. Very well. Madam Speaker, I believe 6 minutes. I will yield them to my colleague, Mr. Muriuki.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Senators, my name is Muriuki. And I shall continue from where my colleague has left. And to save on time, I will refer to page 409 of our volume 2. Page 409 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
Confirm that that is the official county Facebook page.
Yes.
Confirm that the post made therein is dated 4th of March.
Yes.
Confirm that it is a post regarding the traffic marshals.
Yes.
I will also ask you to look at page 411 of volume 2. confirm that that is your Facebook page,
Yes.
and you're talking about the traffic marshals.
Yes.
On page 392 of volume 2 still, volume 2, you're there? 392 of volume 2. The board, the County Public Service Board, page 392. Please save my time. I don't have much of it. 392 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
The board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service. That is the item numbered 1.
It has not employed.
That is page 392. Can you see the item numbered 1?
Yes.
We see on page 409 and page 411, you appointing the traffic marshals and the board denying that appointment on page 392. That is correct, right?
Yes. But you've not appointed.
Thank you. Now, I will refer you to our volume 4, page 150. Our volume 4, kindly. Volume 4, page 150.
Council, you'll have to hurry up. You hardly have any minute.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to beg your indulgence, remembering that the Secretariat took quite a number of minutes trying to get the video. So I humbly request that you accord me just 5 more minutes and I'll be done.
Council, I'll accord you 3 minutes to make up. You might also want to expedite when you are guiding.
Page 150, volume 4. On the 3rd paragraph, you will confirm that that is an extract of the Hansard of the Meru County Assembly. Honorable senators can also confirm. And you will confirm, Governor, that your advocate on record for that day admitted that you appointed the traffic marshals since they were in your manifesto. That is the 3rd paragraph. I have underlined the relevant parts. Can you please read for us the underlined part?
The voters in Meru accepted the manifesto of Border Border. The marshals were part of the manifesto that was showed to the voters in Meru. They elected the governor based on that manifesto. Did not elect the others who did not mention border borders. A mandate is derived from the manifesto, and that is why a manifesto as an independent candidate.
Thank you. I think that makes my point. The very next page, that is 152, the one after the next page. Confirm that on that page, through your counsel on record on that day, you admit that you have not assigned any duties to your deputy, and therefore your deputy should not be paying any bills or asking for any budgetary allocation.
On the day naming, where? The deputy governor is paying his bills. He has been assigned duties. He has not been assigned duties by the governor. Why is he paying? To do which duties? Which bills is he paying? Because we have 4
Thank you.
types of bills.
Thank you, thank you. Which duties has he been assigned? That is what your counsel on record asked. My final question, I will refer you to page 339 of our volume 2.
Council, please wind up.
Final question,
Yeah.
Madam Speaker. 339, volume 2.
Council, your time is up.
My final question, I was waiting for the governor to get the page, Madam Speaker. On that page, who has made that post?
It is I.
Owning the changes in the saga, that is the liquor board, the revenue board, and the liquor board and the revenue board, more specifically, correct?
Press release.
Thank you. From you. Therefore, Madam Governor, you cannot run away from the letters on page 336, 337, and 338 of the same volume, which sends these officers on compulsory leave with full payment that you have already owned in your own press release. Am I right?
You are not right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm done.
As the team for County Assembly prepares for re-examination, and we will be strict with time, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make on the address to Parliament by His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, as you may recall, on a sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, I communicated of a request by His Excellency the President to deliver his inaugural address to Parliament in accordance with Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. This is therefore to remind you that His Excellency the President will deliver his inaugural State of the Nation address to Parliament during a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament tomorrow, Thursday, 9th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Chamber. Honorable members, to ensure a smooth flow of motor traffic and to ensure that preparations towards facilitation of this event are well carried out, parking for members of Parliament has been reserved at Comesa parking lot in KICC and the parking lot next to the County House on Parliament Road. All vehicles parked around main Parliament buildings, that's the rear gate, canteen area, parliamentary courtyard, and at the Senate parking should be removed by close of business today, Wednesday, 8th November 2023. Your cooperation on this matter is highly appreciated. I thank you. Now, to the County Assembly team, you have 20 minutes for re-examination. If you take 15, we will be grateful.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do it in less than 15 minutes. Let us begin from where you have left on the Facebook post regarding the changes in the liquor board. You have been told that you bear the responsibility of sending those individuals for compulsory leave because of your Facebook post. Are you looking at your Facebook post? You have the page with you?
Yes.
Madam Governor, why did you make that post? Is it because you had been part and parcel of the process of sending the employees on compulsory leave?
No.
Why did you make that post confirming the changes that had occurred?
I was notified that pending investigation by EACC, the county secretary and sent on compulsory leave the people mentioned here. And upon receiving the communication, they also say that they have appointed substantive, or they have appointed some people to hold the office pending investigations. So I posted, and you can see clearly that it's a press release that was given by the county secretary for me to release.
So your simple answer is that you communicated that which that had been done by the county secretary?
Yes, and this is the former county secretary that was there in the second regime.
Confirm to us that this was barely a week after you were sworn in office?
Yes, barely a week.
Did you have any particular reason to have any grudges to send these individuals for compulsory leave?
No, they had issues with investigation according to the county secretary.
Thank you. A lot of Ulabalu has been advanced in respect of what is said to be appointment of officers in an acting capacity. To the best of your knowledge, the letter that you have been shown at page 335, is it a letter of appointment?
No.
What is it?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Confirm to us that that advisory is from the County Public Service Board to chief officers, not to the governor.
It is from County Public Service Board to Acting Chief Officer, Meru Public Service Board, and to chief officers.
Chief officers?
Yes.
So the advisory is targeting chief officers.
Yes.
I want you to read I want you to try and read the first paragraph of that letter so that we understand the import of the advisory.
Reference is made to a memo, reference CGM/CS/IM/3/3 286 of 6th December 2022. 2022.
Yeah, continue.
This advisory is to emphasize the message by the county secretary that the arbitrary transfers without due consultation with the CS office is discouraged at all times.
So then it is pursuant to a previous advisory by the county secretary.
Yes.
Targeting chief officers.
Targeting chief officers.
Proceed.
CS office is discouraged at all times. Transfers and deployment should not be done as a form of reprimand. Staff transfer should address issues such as staff service balance, leave, and the staff development, among other positive reasons, as guided by Section 43.
Thank you. So then, it cannot be said that that advisory was targeting the governor or the county secretary, because the advisory was from the county secretary himself.
Yes, I can see it is from the acting CEC, Meru County Public Service Board County Secretary, acting as County Secretary, to all chief officers.
Thank you. So it is chief officers who are discouraged from those
Yes.
kind of deployments without consultation with the county secretary.
Yes.
So that cannot bar the county secretary from exercising his right.
Yes.
Thank you. We have also been told that the letter appearing at page 295, quickly, let us look at that letter. Is a letter of employment. To the best of your understanding, what is the title of that letter?
Redeployment.
Redeployment. What is your understanding of redeployment?
Redeployment is taking one person from one department maybe to another one, or from one duty to another one.
Is employment done for many persons in one letter, or it is done individually, if it were really an employment?
This is done for so many people in one letter.
In one letter.
Yes.
Is any of those people a new person that is not yet working with the county government of Meru?
All these have been working since even 2016, 2015 as directors and other senior officers in the government of Meru.
Is there anywhere where the salaries or remuneration of those persons is mentioned?
There is nowhere that is mentioned.
Normally, a letter of employment would have their salaries.
Yes, it should be.
It would also have the terms of reference.
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in that?
It doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear.
Yes.
So in your evidence, does that amount to employment?
It doesn't amount to employment.
Is there anything that bars the county secretary from making changes within inter-departments within the county?
Nothing
government?
bars the county secretary from doing redeployment.
Thank you. You have been referred to what is now being said to be monies that were not accounted for. And by that, council took you to page 13 of their documents to indicate that monies appearing in the infamy system were not accounted for. Page 2, page 13, and the total amount is said to be 2.7 million that were allegedly paid to Rose Kinyua Wantai.
Yes.
That is a line of cross-examination. Confirm to us that this document that appears from page 1 all through to page 16 does not portray the infamous extract, but a mere complaint by one Salesio Mutuma.
This is a mere complaint by Duranira Salesio Mutuma.
The table that bears the total of 2.7 is not from the infamous extract, isn't it?
It is not from the infamous extract.
Thank you. When you look at the charges that you faced, was there anywhere where any specific amount was mentioned that was received by any of the people termed as your relatives that you are supposed to explain why they received such monies? Specifically, figures.
No specific figure.
Thank you. That will be all for this witness, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move on. And
Perhaps I can ask just one more question with your leave,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, Governor, then, what would you plead the Senate to do, having heard the case from the County Assembly, having given your evidence? What is it that you ask this Honorable House to do for you?
Madam Speaker, humbly I would request this Honorable House, a constitutional house, to see, as we have heard all the allegations that are labeled before me, I'm appearing as third, fourth, fifth party in all these accusations. It is my humble request that as you sit as judges, I'm forced to answer allegations that are done or some issues that are not directly involving the governor of Meru. In these allegations, there is nowhere, Honorable Madam Speaker, that I have signed any document nor delegated anyone to any person via the allegations tabled today before this Honorable Senate. Madam Speaker, today I don't count it as an unfortunate day for me because at least the whole world have known the truth. I urge this Honorable Senate, honorable members, as you sit today, to consider and give justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that will be the close of our case.
Thank you, Counsel. We now move on to the clarifications by senators, and I request that strictly we adhere to the 2 minutes so that we give as many senators opportunity. Maximum 2 minutes, and we begin with the Senator Sigei. This session will end at 7:50, as I had said earlier. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes. Senator Sigei, when you're done, please approach the bench.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm troubled with three things. I'll ask three clarifications, and this one is to the Counsel for the Governor, alias Mutuma. Number one, I want to get your response, in particular to the allegation with regards to a gentleman by the name Nefat, whose employment history dates back to 2016, employed at Job Group H, in 2023, acted in Job Group R, and the document that we've been given appearing at page 384 of the County Assembly's bundle from which to get your responses, Counsel. Two, witness number 3, I can't recall the name, is called Mr. Munene Nganata, sorry. At paragraph 13 of his affidavit, he made reference to employees whose position as at the time of employment was cleaners, and a document which has been submitted as evidence before the House appearing at page 407 and 374. The responses that will clear my mind will probably be that coming from you, because what Mr. Nganata responded to as he was asked is not clear to me. And lastly, your position with regards to a number of videos which entertained this House on oathing. On the one hand, there was an element of some
Senator Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to direct this clarification to the Counsel for the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some disparities in the document submitted by the County Assembly in relation to the invitation letter to China. The document submitted by the County Assembly on page 60 differs in content from the document submitted by the governor on page 425 of the bigger document of evidence. But when you look at the two documents keenly, Mr. Speaker, the document for the County Assembly does not refer to the other assignments the county government went to do in China, that is housing and agriculture. But another document attached on page 68 of the County Assembly bundle confirms that actually housing and agriculture was one of the functions. So my concern, which I want clarification from the council for the County Assembly, is to explain the deviation in the two letters, the letter by the governor and the letter by the County Assembly, and explain to this house which letter is the correct letter to go with.
Council for the governor, proceed to respond to the question as asked by Senator Sigei, and then the council for the County Assembly, you will respond to the question raised by Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. In answer to the question posed by Senator Sigei, my understanding of job grouping is that the position to which a person is appointed then dictates the job group they will fall to. So one would rise from one job group based on the new position that they have been given. Indeed, my understanding is that we've had chief officers appointed as CCMs, therefore necessitating the change of their job groups. That would be my simple answer to that question. I'll invite my friend, Mr. Mutembei, to answer the other question on the cleaners. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the question from Senator Sigei. The question was asking why some cleaners appear to be categorized as senior support staff in the pay slips that have been produced in the bundle of documents by the County Assembly. Although the witness, notwithstanding the fact that the witness confirmed that the pay slips cannot be authenticated, it is the position that cleaners are actually support staff. And cleaners would be categorized as senior support staff based on their salary. If you look at the pay slip that has been produced, the one that appears as senior support staff is earning a basic salary of 18,000, and that is in tandem with the role of a senior support staff. That would be the simple answer. Thank you.
Council for County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, the question was as to discrepancies between the letter at page 425 of the governor's bundle and the letter at page 60 of the Assembly's bundle. It is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, that there are discrepancies, and that's why we have kept telling you the governor has forged the document she has presented to you, and here's why. If you check the document at page 60 of the Assembly's bundle, you will note, Mr. Speaker, it bears the stamp of the county government, received by the county government on 25th of April. The one the governor has produced is not stamped by our own county government. That's one indication of what we call forging of documents. And if there is any other doubt, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 68 of our BADU, the county secretary, when they wrote to the ministry, they attached the letter inviting them to China. And the letter the county secretary attached is the version that the county assembly has produced, and it is attached at page 69 of our BADU with the same stamp. And it is our submission, therefore, the governor must have forged this document, as we have been saying all along, at page 425 of our BADU.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the governor. In relation to Okolea. So, Governor, who funds Okolea? And if you may, because it's in public domain, that the activities of Okolea were once banned by the Minister or CS for Interior, why, in your view, was it banned? Number two, Mr. Speaker, the image that has been portrayed of the relationship between the governor and the county assembly members has been very rosy, especially after the past impeachment proceedings. Governor, where and why did the reins start beating you, as in the relationship between you and the members of the county assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are my questions.
Governor, proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Okolea program, as I said before, has been there for the last 12 years. It is purely funded by Baite Family Fellowship, where I'm the bishop. All the offerings that we get from the church, the pastors and the members of the church take all the money, buy blankets, mattresses. I also donate 50% of my salary towards the Okolea program. It is purely a program by the church and my family, funded by the donations made in our church, and my 50% contribution from my salary. The issue of banning the Okolea, it is just the other day when we had one at Igembe, where my deputy governor incited the youth, as you saw in the video, slaughtered the cow that was supposed to be donated to a poor woman. There was some chaos. And then from that event is where now the CS came and said, because of the unrest in Meru, he has to ban the Okolea until there is rest in Meru. It was not banned permanently. I think for his own wisdom, he decided and acted so that you get peace and continue as a church. It is purely a church program. From the day I left this Senate during the first impeachment, we've been working well with the county assembly members until the last 2 months, when people, external forces, tried or are trying to interfere with the leadership just because of 2027 politics. That is the whole truth. And as I stand here, I know that the members of county assembly have no issues with the governor, apart from the external forces, forcing them to cause a lot of confusion in Meru for those who have decided that they will run for the position of county governor to have space and have a route via the deputy governor or via making it that Meru doesn't work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, I was just wondering, in the event that the Senate finds you that none of the allegations for the second time made against you have been substantiated, I'm just wondering what happens to the Meru County? How do you plan to work with the Deputy Governor who has been alleged, and of course you have stated and accused him of having planning to impeach you and also plotted all the current activities and impeachment. So how do you plan to work with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first action, I believe prayer works. I will continue to pray for those that are a lot of appetite to become the governor. God to lower the appetite so that we have time to work the people of Meru. Number two, the time we left this place again, it took us just a month for us to come together and start working. It is very possible, it is very doable that we can still mend all the differences and put Meru first rather than our own interest. As a woman of God, I will forgive everyone.
Thank you, Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to seek clarification from Madam Governor regarding allegations raised by the Council for the County Assembly regarding of the appointment of the chief officers. Section 42(2) of the County Government Act states clearly that the office of the chief officer shall be an office in the county public service, and at the same time, Section 44(3)(a) of the same act indicates that the county secretary shall be head of that county public service. In consideration of these two provisions, Madam Governor, do you feel that your mandate in regard to the operations of the chief officer goes only up to nominating and appointing the chief officers on approval by the County Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As much as I would not like to interfere within your office, and I believe that's why there is a structure in the government and in all governments. The County Public Service Board has its own mandate. The County Secretary of Meru has his own mandate provided by the law, and I think it's prudent enough for them to act according to the law.
Senator Oburu.
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew my question because it is exactly the same as the one Honorable Amida had asked about the reconciliation between the governor and her deputy. If she was saved, would she be able to reconcile with her deputy?
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Governor, having listened to you for 2 days and the other party, and having watched many videos, I would invite you as a CEO of the county to section 192 of the Supreme Laws of the Land, and I read it for you. Article 192.1. The President may suspend a county government, A, in an emergency arising out of internal conflict or war. As a CEO of Meru County, do you think it has reached there, or there is a chance of reconciliation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we have not reached there. By doing that, we'll have killed the dreams of young men that are MCAs today. We still have chance to unite and work together.
Now, honorable senators, that wraps up as far as this witness is concerned. Honorable senators, unless I gazette tomorrow as a sitting day, we will certainly overrun the runway. Looking at the time allocated here, if we lose just a minute, I will have to gazette tomorrow to be a date for us to sit to continue hearing this matter. It's about the time factor. We only have up to midnight. So it is about the time factor here. I give you an extra 10 minutes and we've messed it up. So for those that's why I was giving opportunity to those senators who've not spoken a word since we started, okay? So at this juncture, you can have a seat, His High Excellency, Governor Kawira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, we are moving to a different session where we're going to have the closing remarks, closing statements from both sides. Now, each party will be given 1 hour to make their closing statement. You don't have to utilize the whole of the 1 hour. The maximum is 1 hour. If you can do less than that, the better, so that we can meet the midnight deadline. So, Council for the County Assembly of Meru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As communicated yesterday in my opening, this is the third time we have an impeachment motion against the governor of Meru. And as I kept telling you, all through and through, from the time of the first impeachment motion to today, the governor's position has been that the problem is everybody else. To use our own words, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru, even though I recall the Honorable Edwin Sifuna asking her last year, how do we reconcile the aggressive governor we see in the videos with the meek, humble, vulnerable governor that appears before the Senate? And I heard the Honorable Sifuna again ask yesterday something about for how long. The question was, for how long, Mr. Speaker, can we in good conscience allow Meru County to be in this perpetual circus of a crisis in which their governor, on average, every 4 months, has fallen out with the MCAs, has fallen out that time with all the elected leaders, the same problem now. That time with the church, now with our own deputy. And the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be said, at least not honestly, that the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza is being falsely accused, is being harassed, is being intimidated, and whatnot, and whatnot. I have said many allegories, some of which have put me in trouble with the Senate. I'll tell you a few more, and hope this time I won't fall in trouble. Mr. Speaker, there is a famous book by Robert Greene, which I'm sure many of us here have read, called The 48 Laws of Power. And it describes many world events, many leaders, their successes, their failures, their mistakes, and whatnot. One of the stories I love in that book, because it is relevant to the matter before you, but also because of the event it describes and how it changed the world history. The world will be very different today. There will not be a Republic of Kenya today. Perhaps Britain and France would never have emerged as superpowers. In the 18th, 19th century, perhaps the United States would never have emerged. But for the failure of a leader in antiquity called Cyrus the Great to observe a simple rule of life called knowing when to stop. Mr. Speaker, it is our humble submission that if there was an impeachment motion in October last year highlighting misconduct of the category now before you, that motion failed because, of course, the High Court stopped the Assembly from debating it. But the point I'm making is issues were flagged about how the governor was running Meru County in that motion. She persisted, as a result of which a second motion was tabled and it reached this House. She was given very many kind lessons. I recall yesterday citing lessons from the Honorable Senator Tobiko. I recall many lessons from the Honorable Senator Karungo, and indeed many other senators. And when we came again, just like today, the look was of that of a humble, meek, polite, vulnerable governor. And she promised, as she has just promised now, that if I recall our words, Meru will be a shining example in terms of good governance, in terms of calmness, in terms of everything good. Then, as they say in the medical world, people with conditions, sometimes they use a word called relapsing. The governor, after making that promise, and admittedly after the county enjoying brief moment of honeymoon, relapsed yet again to the very things that were in the first impeachment motion, to the very things that were in the second impeachment motion, and hence the reason we are before you for the third impeachment motion. Cyrus the Great, who is our lesson on leaders should know when to stop, when to change tact, when to turn a new leaf. Of course, we all know Cyrus the Great. The reason he is called the Great is that he was a great conqueror. He conquered the known world then, from Babylon to Mede to Achaemenids to Lydia. And basically, he was the ruler of the world as it was known then. But then there was one small country he discovered that didn't seem to be part of the known world, of a people called the Massageti. And instead of being content, he declares war on this country. For the record, Mr. Speaker, this country was actually led by a woman called Tomiris. And Tomiris, when Cyrus assembled his mighty army, Persia then was the superpower, assembled it on the river separating the boundaries of his empire with this small kingdom, was sent a message telling him, be content with your victory so far and the fact that you have conquered the world, and please stand. Attempt to tolerate seeing me rule my small, miserable country with its little resources, with its small army, and don't attack. And he was warned in that letter that if he attacked, nothing good would come from it. Instead of learning when to stop, Cyrus insisted on a war. Tomiris told him, then if you insist on a war, I want peace. I will allow your forces to cross the river without any resistance, and will fight from my side of the border. On one condition, that will fight a conventional war. Cyrus agreed, but because he could never stand another leader enjoying any form of glory, just like our governor cannot stand an MP, an MCA, or anyone anywhere else in leadership, she must bring them down. Cyrus was obsessed with bringing down this little kingdom that, for no good reason other than his own vanity and his failure to know when to stop. So he pulls a trick, and we have seen many tricks on this podium, of a meek, humble, vulnerable-looking governor who is a victim of very many things, whose defense is, it wasn't me, it was someone else. So Cyrus' trick involved throwing a lavish bash and setting up the soldiers of this small kingdom to a drink, and then while they were inebriated, he massacred them, leaving only a few, and took the prince of that other small country as a prisoner of war. Even after this, the leader of the small country still offered him peace and told him, you broke the rule that it will be a conventional warfare and won by a trick. I still give you another chance to return my son, and will still declare peace. Cyrus refused, and the son, of course, of Queen Tomiris, unable to live with the indignity of being a prisoner of war, committed suicide. When the people of this small country heard that the crown prince had committed suicide, small as they were, weak as they were, vulnerable as they were, they organized a violent battle in which their army, which was about 100th of Cyrus's army, actually won the violent battle, and Cyrus himself was killed. Because of Cyrus' inability to know when to stop, Persia added as a superpower, and that is how Rome became the dominant country. And of course, the world and human civilization as we know it today is based on the Roman civilization. That's why I said, Mr. Speaker, there would have been no Britain, no France, no America, but for the mistake of one leader not knowing when to stop. Our greatest fear is that the history of Meru may take an irreversible, tragic path. We saw very violent slaughters of animals, threats of slaughtering people and whatnot, and we don't know, as I was telling you, as long as our governor keeps relapsing to these confrontations, when things will take a turn for the worse in a manner that is irreversible. Is it fair that the people of Meru live in this state of anxiety? For how long can we subject them to the situation that has now prevailed? Governor Kawira Mwangaza, of course, will tell you she knows when to stop. The record is clear. You have seen the videos from our side. You have seen the videos from our side. It is clear. She will not stop. Of course, right now she will tell you she will stop because our career is on the line. But we know better. She will not. Mr. Speaker, a story is told about a frog and a scorpion and a swollen river. The scorpion couldn't swim and asked the frog, who is an amphibian and therefore capable of crossing the swollen river, to assist the frog to cross the river. And the frog tells the scorpion in the story, "But you will sting me before we are done with crossing, and we'll both die and drown." And the scorpion promised, "No, I can't do that, because if I were to sting you while you're carrying me on your back to cross this swollen river, we would both die, and because it would be mutual destruction, as the Americans and the Russians called it during the Cold War, I have no incentive. There is no rational reason why I would sting you." And poor frog bought this story, just like you're being invited to buy the story. I will pray for them. I'll forgive them. We only need a month. So frog took scorpion on his back, and frog started swimming across the river, and right in the middle, scorpion oystered his tail and stung the frog. And of course that poison disables the nervous system, and the frog couldn't swim, and they both started drowning. And frog asks in the story, "Why did you sting? You promised that you won't sting, and you are also aware by you stinging we would both be extinguished." And scorpion gave frog a simple answer: "I stung because it is in my nature to sting." We are submitting to you, Mr. Speaker, with all the humility. Kawira Mwangaza keeps relapsing to these violations of the law and the Constitution and the vilification. We can call whatever the specifics we want. The reason she keeps relapsing back to the same thing is because, like that scorpion in the story, it is in the nature of Kawira to sting. So even if you give her another chance, whether it is on account of pity, whether it is on account of sympathy, whatever the reason, she will sting again. And I swear, Mr. Speaker, there are no prophets in my family, but I can tell you, if you forgive her, she will sting again and will be back in this assembly. And the question is the one, therefore, asked by the Honorable Sifuna. For how long can we endure this embarrassment? Is it fair? I had the senator ask, do wars have consequences? Of course, wars have consequences. Wars have been fought because someone said words that they shouldn't have said. That's why there is an adage that says, speech is silver, silence is golden. Mr. Speaker, you were told kaende means development and other nice things. I invite any of you because it's an open country. Kaende is not an English word, it's not a Swahili word, it's not a native word from any of our native languages. It is Sheng, street slang in Nairobi. And I told you yesterday, all you need is pick your phone, call a young person, ask them what is the meaning of kaende. And I told you the meaning is, I don't care. Na liwe liwalo. Kusera. And I recall telling you, because it is in the nature of Kawira to do these type of things. When I mean it is in her nature, I mean she can't help it. It's part of our chemistry. Unfortunately, we have human beings like those, and they are our beloved brothers and sisters. We can't get rid of them, but we can't allow them to be governor. We can't allow them. They are our beloved mothers, sisters and brothers. But the very reason Chapter 6 of our Constitution and all these laws we've cited is an acknowledgement that not all of us can be a state officer. Some of us may be very intelligent, they may be very eloquent, they may have very good mobilization skills. As a matter of fact, they may be loved by the people. Barabbas was so loved that the people chose him over the Son of God. But it doesn't mean they are the right holders of certain offices. And if, by what I called in the last impeachment, that seemed to bring me into trouble with the Senate, an aberration of democracy. Mr. Speaker, Article 181 exists because the drafters of our Constitution, in their wisdom, realized democracy can produce aberrations, counterintuitive products. And governors like the one before you, I very humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, they are an aberration. They are not the type of product our democratic system of government was designed. And because the makers of our Constitution knew this sort of problem can arise from time to time, this august Senate and the County Assembly were given a counter-majoritarian power to remove state officers for violations such as those before you. I told you about Shaggy yesterday and his song, It Wasn't Me. And true to my prediction, even though there are no prophets in my clan, the governor came here and the common denominator was that it wasn't me. I haven't done a single thing. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, today, while cross-examining our own legal man, Dixon Monenen Kanata, we were able to show the Senate, not my words, but Section 30 of the County Governments Act, and we were able to demonstrate to you it is immaterial that the acts in question were not personally committed by the governor, because that section says the governor is responsible for those acts. Those are not my words. The section we read says the governor shall be accountable. Those are not my words. The word used in the statute is the governor shall be accountable. And why this defense cannot hold, Mr. Speaker, is you would be setting a very dangerous precedent. In fact, you will have guillotined and killed Chapter 6 and Article 181, because anyone who walks in our villages, in our streets of our cities, you don't need to be very knowledgeable to know senior state officers invariably act by instructing someone else. You rarely ever find a governor, a president, or whoever directly doing something personally. Yet our constitution says they are accountable to Parliament in the case of the national government. They are accountable to the county assembly. Those are the words of the law. Mr. Speaker, if you were to uphold this defense, it would mean no one would ever be impeached, because all you need to do is act through others. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, we also cited another law for you that expressly speaks to acting through others. And in short, all we are trying to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no valid defense to the charges against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. What she has done, which is what she has done all along, is to tell you it wasn't me. Even if she was caught on camera, it wasn't me. Even if she was caught in various places, in Shaggy's song, the man engaging in Anki Panki is caught in the bathroom, on the sofa, and in yet another place, and it's all recorded, and his persistent reply is, it wasn't me. We have shown you that defense is not available as a matter of plain law, but it is not also available as a matter of principle. I propose to leave it at that point, Mr. Speaker, to share the remaining minutes with my learned colleague, Mr. Muvenge Jacob Ngwele, who will take you to the specifics of what is the case we brought before you, what is the response to that case, what are the admissions the governor made at the county assembly, and when all that is done, we shall beseech you in the name of God, whether it is the Christian God or the God of the Nyambene and Mount Kenya hills that they are mere worship before the current civilization, that the time to stop this madness in Meru has come. And if there is no reason, if we haven't proved or satisfied you, the governor is the bishop in the Holy Book. In the event we have not persuaded you on the evidence, Mr. Speaker, I hope we have persuaded, wherever the truth lies, there is an unsustainable crisis in Meru. And even if you must jettison one person to save the ship, called Meru County with the 1 million inhabitants. Your act is still justifiable even under the Holy Book. I now cede the floor to Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Just to remind you, Council, your time terminates at exactly 8:50.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Jacob Ngwele. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I've been given this onerous responsibility of taking the House through the evidence which has been submitted before the August House. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is sitting here pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, which provides for removal of a governor from office. The question which arises and which begs this House to look at, what is the standard which this House should apply on the evidence which has been submitted by the County Assembly of Meru? My learned colleague, my learned senior, Elisha Goya, when we started, he did inform the Senate that this House is sitting in quasi-judicial proceedings. I beg to differ. The test applicable when you're evaluating the evidence which has been submitted here has already been established by the Supreme Court in 2 cases. That is, the first one is the case of Wabora, and the other one is Mike Mbuvi case, whereby the court was clear that impeachments are a tool of political accountability. Impeachments are not criminal, neither are they civil proceedings. And therefore, the standard, the applicable standard before this House has already been established that the burden of proof, the standard of proof, is slightly above that for civil cases, that is on a balance of probability, and below the beyond reasonable doubt. So this House is not evaluating the governor's criminal culpability, but it is subjecting the governor to political accountability. Political accountability for the actions of the office which she occupies and the deeds which she has undertaken throughout that period of time. It is a submission that the County Assembly of Meru has demonstrated and proved its case in accordance with the standards and tests which I've laid out by the Supreme Court in the decision. And I'll proceed to take this House through the specific violations which have been submitted. Mr. Speaker, the charge sheet before you has got 7 counts. And out of the 7 counts, those 7 counts consist 39 specific violations. And the first count, which of course is going to be read later on, is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Article, I can't read the time.
You have 30 minutes.
Good, thank you. Article 181 of the Constitution provides the grounds which the governor can be impeached on. That is gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of the laws, that is conviction, criminal conviction on breach of the national law. We do submit that on count number 1, that is misappropriation and misuse of county resources, this charge has been substantiated and proved. And I'll proceed to explain to this House or demonstrate to this House how this charge has been substantiated. When you look at the charges, we have drafted them that the governor has engaged or by connivance or complicity. So the governor is implicated either directly or indirectly. What my learned colleague Mr. Mudomi has said, that it's not about the governor's direct action, so that if the Senate finds there is no direct or individual responsibility on the part of the governor, then the governor is going to be acquitted. No. There are instances when the governor is complicit or connivance or part of that violation. And that is what we are going to prove. This charge, the first one, is about embezzlement of county funds and withdrawal of county funds. A lot of energy has been dispensed here to demonstrating how a total of 78 million was, I can use the word, looted, swindled, plundered, or carted away from the Meru County Treasury. And this swindling involved a scheme which comprised a clique of two groups. One was a clique made up of governors' relatives. And all of you have heard names: Miriam, Rose, Kenneth, the Guatai, and also Meme. This was a clique, an inner circle clique of the governor, which was used to pilferage money from the county treasury in the name of interest or prepayments. The other clique was a group of officers working under the office of the chief of staff. Collectively, this group of people swindled an amount of 78 million shillings over a period of 1 financial year. The interest, the IFMIS data which has been produced, if you do a total computation, and this amount of money has not been disputed, none of the witness from the governor's side has disputed the totality of this amount. What they have done is that they have only submitted evidence to justify an amount or to account for an amount of 2 million only. What they have not done, they have not brought evidence to justify the balance of the 70 million. This group, the first clique, was responsible for 6.5 million shillings. The other group, that is the chief of staff and his officers, they were responsible for the balance of the amount. And in that group, you'll find a person, I'll just single out the individual, by the name Kadhure Rukaria. Individually, over a period of 1 year, she was paid in form of prepayments an amount of 21.8 million shillings. We have sat here for 2 days. No document is in front of you justifying that payment. Nobody has disputed whether this payment was withdrawn from the county treasury. Nobody. No documents in form of a payment voucher, an interest warrant, has been submitted to justify. There has been a deliberate attempt to distort the story and to focus the attention of the Senate to the interest. And the narrative is this amount of money was being paid as a form of facilitative interest for the governor's entourage. Can a governor's entourage collect a totality of 78 million? The amount of money which has been accounted for is only 2 million shillings. Where are the documents? Where are the vouchers? And when we asked, when the assembly requested for the documents through their summoning powers, they were told that the documents are with the Auditor General. And in the letter which is in the document, which is in the bundle of document, indicates that the documents are being used for preparation of financial statements. Everybody who has got elementary accounting knows very well that you don't generate financial statement using vouchers. Financial statements are generated using cash books and ledgers. And even if these documents were taken to the Auditor General, where is the delivery book? No evidence has been submitted to show where that amount of money to support that expenditure. And in absence of such document to controvert this allegation, we do most humbly submit that this allegation of embezzlement of funds has been proved. On their defense, what they attempted to do, they submitted documents here, a bundle of documents, which we have raised issues about its authenticity. We do submit that these documents were afterthought. They were generated ex post. They were ex post creations to justify those two, and they were not, in the attempt to justify, they only justified 2 million shillings. When they had an onerous obligation of justifying 78 million. Those documents were not signed, they were not examined, they did not comply to elementary accounting standards applicable to any accounts department in a public institution. So we do ask the Senate to disregard that defense which has been put forward and know that 70 million shillings, as we sit here today, has not been accounted. They had the obligation, they had the responsibility of calling in the Chief Officer Finance. They had the obligation, they had the opportunity to call in the CC Finance. They had at their disposal the entire county treasury to come and explain those amounts of money. They have not, and for that reason, we do submit that this allegation, that is count 1, has been proved. I'll swiftly move and quickly to the other parts of the other count. The next count is count 2, that is nepotism and related unethical practices. We do submit again that this count has been substantiated and proved. This count involved fraudulent, 2 violations. I'll just pick up 2 violations because of the interest of time. One was fraudulent misrepresentation of the governor's relatives as technical team. When the governor received an invitation to go to China, to visit China and do a benchmarking on a cancer machine, instead of governor sending a technical team, that is a top-notch oncologist or other technical team, the governor decided to send members of the same clique, which was made up of our relatives. 2 sisters, 1 brother. These are the team which was the inner team. This is a team which was sent to China. And you look at the documents which were presented to the Ministry of Devolution, there was apparent misrepresentation by the county secretary that these are technical officers. These are technical team. And the document is there. You have been shown the document. And we do submit that an argument has been raised here that no public funds was lost. But the County Assembly of Meru states that an opportunity was lost. Those who have done accounting or maybe economics, I think it is in economics, there's something called opportunity cost. The cost of not doing something. The cost of not doing something. That is the cost which was incurred by the County of Meru, and there was that violation of misrepresentation. The letter was addressed to the governor. The governor cannot run away, as my colleague Mr. Mudhomi has said, and say it was not me. The letter was addressed to the governor. She minuted it to the officers, and the officers went ahead and misrepresented those members of the clique as county technical officials. The other violation in this particular count is the designation of Nefad Kinywa, who is a member of the clique. This is a clique which had access, power, and influence. And the clique involved the sisters, 2 sisters, and the brothers. It's a one which runs Meru today. So Nefad Kinywa, in order to reward him, when he was in a small job group without competitive process, and the governors admitted in cross-examination that his appointment was not sanctioned by the County Public Service Board. It has been admitted. Kinywa was appointed as a director, external linkages, without a transparent and competitive recruitment process. We do submit that count 2 has also been substantiated and proved. I'll move quickly again because of the time we have been given. Of course, it's so difficult to condense all the evidence which have been given within the short period of time which I have, but I'll try my best. The third count is count 3. That is bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. Chapter 6 of the Constitution was not made in vain. The Chapter 6 of the Constitution operates with other laws. Principles key above them is Public Officers Ethics Act and the Leadership and Integrity Act. If you look at those provisions of the law, and those are the ones we have said the governor violated, I'll direct the Senate to Section 9B of the leadership of the Public Officers and Ethics Act, which states that a state officer shall not bully any person. It's there. There's also a call for professionalism within the Leadership and Integrity Act. There's also the professionalism means that a state officer shall treat the public and his fellow public officers, now these are public officers, with courtesy and respect. The aspect of acting through others has also been brought forward within those laws, and it makes it an offense for causing everything to be done through other persons. My colleague, Mr. Mudomi, has mentioned that the governor is now hiding, that it was not me, it was the county secretary. The county secretary has become the bogeyman. But the law, the drafters of the law knew very well that state officers and public officers who hold positions of powers will throw away responsibility. They'll shift responsibility to their juniors. And that's why the law says that you cannot run away from that responsibility. One of the violations under this particular account was actions against the deputy governor. I'll just bundle them to that. We've put several violations against the deputy governor. Key among them is that the governor made the deputy made a deputy the bogeyman, the symbol of hatred in Meru. And by that, she orchestrated a well-organized campaign to vilify the deputy governor and excluded him from performance and discharge of public duties. That is, attending CC's meetings, and performing and discharging all the other functions. Evidence has been adduced. Sufficient evidence has been adduced demonstrating how these actions were perpetrated. The Hansard of the County Assembly, their letters by the Deputy Governor, writing, beseeching the Deputy President of this Republic, beseeching the Chair of the Council of Governors, to the Speaker of the Senate, asking for reconciliation, asking for these institutions to facilitate a reconciliation between her and between him and his the boss, that is the governor. There are memos which you have submitted demonstrating whereby the deputy governor is asking for simple facilitations like repairs for his cars, fuel for his car, staff, and the like. We do submit that this violation, this specific violation, has been demonstrated. What the governor has done has turned the battle on the deputy governor. Instead of justifying or explaining, now the deputy governor has become even the author of these impeachment proceedings. They have created a narrative around WhatsApp messages where the governor proceeded to engage in cyberbullying. Cyberbullying in WhatsApp. The governor is on a WhatsApp group, and there she has not disputed those screenshots. She has not disputed authenticity, the context of those screenshots. You can see the governor posting and talking about, and the DG mobilized fuel levies. Some people will find a way of defecating avocado seed. It's there. She has admitted that she has admitted that. Another posting, he thinks I'm the type of person who can be scared. That's a governor. And this is on a WhatsApp forum or WhatsApp group which consists public members, members of the public, senior officers of the county, junior officers of the county, and here it is the governor now vilifying a fellow state officer, which is in clear breach and violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and the Public Officers Ethics Act. The other violation which falls under this particular account is that, and this is a violation which was there, and this is a violation which was before this House in the previous impeachment proceedings. That is, the governor has persistently been making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders. Apart from the deputy governor, who was the bogeyman, who was a center of attack by the governor had other leaders at her crosshairs. Those are the elected leaders of Meru. All of them, the 12 of them, including the member of the Senate, the women rep, and the elected members. And this one was done through falsely accusing them of cartelism. The governor has grouped these leaders into one group and calls them a cartel. And this one, evidence has been produced or adduced before this House in form of videos. And I'll take you through one of the videos which has been played here about Wanyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. And you can see the spouse of the governor playing a guitar and the governor behind dancing. And when the spouse talks about when you wivu wajinyonge, she does it. So it's basically mocking the leaders and telling them you can do nothing. So that is kind of evidence which has been produced here. We've submitted that the issue of the governor's spouse has been a hot issue in Meru. What happened is that the governor provides the spouse with the platform. The spouse is used as the attack dog. Instead of the governor attacking these leaders directly sometimes, she uses the spouse to attack them through music and innuendos. The other video which was submitted here was during the presidential function in Larry, whereby the governor, it was played here, and the governor single names, called them names and falsely accused them of being members of cartel and trying to blackmail a regime. Honorable Speaker, we do submit that this count 3, that is bullying, vilification, and demeaning of other leaders, has been proved. Before I jump to that one, we brought a witness who is a member of parliament. That is Honorable Mugambi the Ndikiri. He is the chair of the Meru, the members of parliament caucus, and he explained to details the pain and suffering they have undergone as leaders by the actions of the governor vilifying them, and what he felt together with the other members when they were vilified during the presidential meeting, when he felt insulted, demeaned, humiliated, when they had not provoked the governor. We do submit that this allegation has been substantiated. I'm moving quickly to my 4th count. The other count, Madam Speaker, the other count which was brought before this House, which we believe is something which this House needs to look at deeply, includes the violation of the law. Count 4 is illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. The violations are there in the charge sheet, the specific laws which have been violated. I'll mention a few violations which are there. One is the legal appointment of the chief officers. A chief officer, and a name has been brought, evidence has been adduced. That is on page 296 of our document, that is on volume 2, the appointment of Kenneth Riungu as chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, the County Government Act, that is section 45, provides for appointments of chief officers and the method. The governor nominates from a list which has competitively been sourced by the County Public Service Board, and once the nomination has been undertaken, the name is forwarded to the Assembly for vetting under the provisions of the Public Office, that is the County Assembly's Public Approval Act. This particular chief officer, nobody has disputed his appointment. Nobody has said here, the governor, the witnesses, nobody has said that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu has not been appointed or does not discharge the functions of the chief officer. This evidence has been produced. We do submit that the appointment has been produced, the evidence of the appointment has been produced in form of the letter dated 23rd August 2023, which contain a list of appointments which the governor made. And in that list, you will see the name of Kenneth Riungu being appointed as a chief officer. The County Assembly of Meru has never vetted this particular individual, and this particular individual still discharges the functions of a chief officer in Meru. This is a violation of section 45 of the County Government Act. The other appointment was the acting appointment of chief officers. Mr. Speaker, the same letter contains the names of several chief officers who were appointed. That is Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, Kenneth Gitobu Nikata. These were appointed as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendations by the County Public Service Board. Evidence has been produced in form of a memo by the County Public Service Board warning the chief officers against making acting appointments without the authority of the County Public Service Board. And the County Public Service Board in the same letter, in the same memo says, any appointments made without the approval or without the authority of the County Public Service Board, such appointments shall be null and void. These individuals, the governor has admitted that these were directors. We found them there as directors and appointed them as acting chief officers. Mr. Speaker, I've never, in my history, in my brief history in life, that is, I've never seen a director being appointed a permanent, that is a principal secretary. In case there's a vacancy in the office of a principal secretary, one of the principal secretaries doubles in that particular office because the appointment for that particular office is special and specific. You cannot pluck in an individual from the ground and you make that particular individual an acting chief officer. So this one is a demonstration that the governor usurped the powers of the County Public Service Board and made this illegal and irregular appointments. Of course, there was the issue of appointment of traffic marshals. That violation has been demonstrated. The County Public Service Board, in their letters, they are very clear that they have not approved such appointments. They have demonstrated the same, but in the bundle of document, you can see the same traffic marshals wearing uniform, riding motorcycles, and the governor posting on WhatsApp that these are going to be my frontline officers to make Meru the next city. Who appointed them? The governor circumvented the powers and functions of the County Public Service Board and by herself appointed these particular individuals. The other appointment, the other violation was in regard to with regard to sending the 4 CEOs of the corporation, that is the parastatals in Meru. That is Dr. Ntoiti, the CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, who testified here, the CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi, the Managing Director. These are CEO of statutory corporations. They are employees of the boards. They're not the employees of the governor. What the governor did, through the county secretary, of course, they were sent on compulsory leave with pay. It only took the intervention of court after 1 year. That's when they have resumed their duties. The boards are the ones which recruit. The boards are the ones with the statutory powers to suspend or exercise disciplinary control over their CEOs. It is not the governor crossing over. I've never seen it in this country where a head of a parastatal, the CEO of a parastatal, when there is a duly constituted board, is sent home by State House. Maybe this one is new. The other one, the other violation is this particular one. Those are the violations. We do submit that this is the second time the governor is still being accused of usurping the powers and functions of the board. And with respect to count 4, Speaker, we do submit that the count has been proved. The last 2 counts, which I'm going to move quickly, is contempt of court. Evidence has been submitted here. How, despite the existence of court orders from Nyeri Employment and Labor Relations Court, the governor for 1 year disregarded those orders. And what the court has done, the court has convicted the governor. As we sit here today, the governor of Meru is a convict. She has already been convicted for contempt of court. That is a violation of Article 181(1)(b) of the Constitution, whereby, which constitutes a ground that where there is a, which provides that where there is a serious reason to believe in that a county governor has committed a crime under the national law. The governor has already been convicted by the High Court in Meru. She's only awaiting sentence. She has not discharged the conviction. She has not appealed the conviction. That ground has already been proved. That is contempt of court. The last, the other one, of course, was illegal naming of the road. That one is okay. That one, we have said it's there. The evidence has been produced. The governor has been shown the Facebook posting whereby she's naming the road in the name of her husband. Lastly, I'll take, the last one is contempt of the assembly. Madam Speaker, Section 22 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides an impeachable ground for anybody who is a public officer who violates, who dishonors the summons of the Assembly. The governor was invited to appear before the committee of the County Assembly. And what she did, when she was invited, she wrote back a letter and said, there is no provision of the law which requires the governor to appear before the committee of the assembly. Yet, Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear that a county assembly or any of its committees can require, can invite, can summon. The word is summon anybody to appear before the committee to provide evidence or to give information. Section 18 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides, enacts the same provision and uses the word any person. When the governor, our officers were invited, the governor specifically was invited, her defense was that the assembly goes to the High Court, files a constitutional case, seeks a constitutional interpretation whether the governor can be invited, can be summoned to appear before the assembly. Yet the Constitution uses the word any person. At Section 22 says that where the assembly passes a resolution against an individual for violating that particular provision, that shall constitute a ground for removal from office. And that's why you see this ground, and Honorable Sifuna asked it, what is the content of county assembly, whether it constitutes a violation. That is the only violation I've ever seen on law whereby it makes it an impeachable ground for violating, for failing to honor the summons of the county assembly. The assembly can pass a resolution and request and impeach you. And that is what the County Assembly of Meru has done. And we do submit that this count, together with the other 6 counts, have been substantiated. The Assembly has demonstrated the same. And finally, my colleague Mr. Mudomi has mentioned about, is the governor individually liable for that particular violation? She has said all these things were done by the county secretary. He has mentioned about the provisions of Section 30, subsection 3, Section 30 or subsection 3 of the County Government Act, which will be my last. Section that where I just want to repeat what he has said. Section that talks about the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of county resources. The governor cannot run away and say, I was not the one. It was done by this officer. It was done by the county secretary. The law places the accountability at the hand of the governor. So the governor of Meru cannot run away from these allegations and say that they were done by others, that it was not her. Mr. Speaker, with that, I rest my case.
The counsel for the governor, you may now proceed to make your closing statement. You have exactly 1 hour, starting now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. My name, for the record, is Elisha Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's final submissions. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I delve into the substantive part of my submissions, and because looking at the program of this House, this may be the last time I'm standing here to address on this matter, allow me, with great humility, to begin by thanking you, Mr. Speaker, and the distinguished senators who have given us audience despite the great time constraints that we have had to go through in making this case. I'll be failing in my responsibility for courtesy if I didn't thank the administrative staff, the secretariat staff of this Senate, who have given us significant support, both within this House and in the corridors of these precincts as we found our way around. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, allow me to proceed to the more substantive parts of the governor's closing submissions. Allow me to begin by pointing out that as a young Christian fellowshipping at Israeli Church of God deep in Vihiga County, and as a middle-aged Christian fellowshipping somewhere in Amalemba Church of God in Kakamega County, I have gathered some enduring lessons from Scripture, and I will start by drawing inspiration from those lessons. The wise man who authored the book of Proverbs, at chapter 18, verse 17, guides us as follows when we are confronted with matters such as this. In a lawsuit, the first to speak seems right until someone comes forward to cross-examine him. That ecclesiastical wisdom has found pragmatic rendition in these proceedings, as I will demonstrate shortly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor was presented in the opening remarks by the County Assembly's Council to this assembly, for lack of a better word, as some form of scoundrel. Fortunately, in this August House, both parties have had an opportunity to present documentary and electronic evidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, when the history of this attempted impeachment of the governor of Meru County, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, shall be authored, one word will be repeated in that historical text. That word is a Meru word, kibiri. I'm told, in its innocence, it is a stick that is used to stir porridge. Sadly, in that historical text that I've alluded to, that word will have no aura of innocence. I beg to pose the following questions to the hearts, the minds, and the conscience of these distinguished senators. Are we, in making a decision this evening, going to dignify the Kibiri movement that we have seen today by impeaching this governor? Are we, honorable distinguished senators, going to dignify the acts of Honorable Mpuru Waburi that you had occasion to watch today live by impeaching this governor? Honorable senators, are we today going to dignify the act of the honorable member for Buri constituency that we have seen today supporting the other acts of Mpuri Aburi that you had observed by impeaching this governor? Are we going to dignify the acts of the deputy governor for Meru County openly and in the company of the young people of this country that we ought to give proper moral guidance, calling a governor a prostitute? Are we going to dignify that person by impeaching this governor? The governor has been accused of being a leader who disrespects other leaders. Video clips of the alleged disrespect have allegedly been played here, including a song, Wenye Wivu Wajinyonge. On the other hand, the governor has demonstrated to you the sins that have been committed against her by those very leaders she is accused of disrespecting. Distinguished senators, in good conscience, are you going to vote that this governor is a greater sinner than she has been sinned against? In good conscience. How many of us can reconcile our conscience, distinguished senators, with the fact that it is the men you saw today uttering the words you saw them utter and projecting the actions that you saw them project as against the governor that have actually come to this house to complain against that governor? I've heard of the claim of pots calling kettle black. I never knew in my living history I would come across a pragmatic rendition of what that means. Today was my answer. I invite you to have that reflection, distinguished senators. I have asked myself, I invite these distinguished senators to ask themselves, Mr. Speaker, sir, where did these leaders get the moral high ground to invite this house in view of the sins that they have committed against the governor to find that the governor has sinned against them? Distinguished senators, technology has been deployed in these proceedings. We are beaming these proceedings live to the whole world by medium that will preserve them to eternity. How shall the members of this house, individually and collectively, account to their children and children's children that they ever dignified the acts of these people who have leveled a war against the governor by confirming the impeachment of the governor? We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the peace of our conscience to make a decision that takes that into account. Choices have consequences, or so it is a truism. By impeaching this governor, if you so decide, the logical consequence is that that person you saw chanting with the young men of Meru, calling the governor a prostitute, would rise to the office of governor. Is that the desirable outcome you want out of your decision this evening, distinguished senators? Members of the County Assembly have brought the governor here. I speak the governor's heart. We do not begrudge them. They have the power to do that. They have exercised that power. Have they rightly exercised that power? Distinguished senators, that decision lies in your hand. You are told that the governor did not present the evidence that she has given before you to the County Assembly. Fortunately, this house is a house of record. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, you have fantastic rules of procedure that, of course, we can make better, as we have seen. And I would strongly recommend, hoping time will permit, that we relook at the timelines for impeachment of governors if we have to do absolute justice in terms of filings, in terms of argument of the case. These are reform issues because we are in continuous improvement as a society. But putting all factors on the scale, we have done well in presenting some records before this House. When you retire and before you vote tonight, I invite every senator to open volume number 4 of the County Assembly's documents and turn specifically to page number 146 of that volume and look at the conversation that is taking place at that page. This is the Hansard of the County Assembly of Meru of 25th October 2023. If you turn with me to page 146, you will see this conversation. Elias Mutuma, advocate for the governor, says, "Mine will be brief, but I will not proceed until we are given a ruling on the 2 issues raised by my seniors. We seek direction on how to table the evidence that we have and how we will get a ruling on the public participation. The governor is pleading to be given a chance to table her evidence." The Speaker, Honorable Ayub Bundi, says, when your brother Omari was speaking, he mentioned a difference between honorable members and your team. He stated that he knows the division in this house and he cannot step on the other side. Anything you'd like to table in this house must go to the House Business Committee. You cannot do it when you're on that side. You must be on the side where the members are. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, sir, how was Mr. Mutuma possibly supposed to get to the side where the members are? Was he supposed to organize a mini election in Meru County, become elected as senator for the temporary purpose of participating in these proceedings? I don't know. I am a career learner, and I learn every day. It is only allowed for honorable members. We are being told only honorable members are allowed to table evidence. You are not allowed to table evidence. We are going to make a reference to the Hansard systems because everything that you talk is being captured. You can proceed as the Speaker. The Speaker, we don't begrudge him. He had power to make a ruling. Mr. Speaker, just as you have power to make rulings here. Did he use that power correctly? That is the question I pose to the conscience of the men and women bestowed with the arduous responsibility of protecting devolved governance in this country, sitting in this house as distinguished senators. The conversation continues with Elias Mutuma, advocate for the governor, making an argument. My understanding, therefore, is that we will not lay the evidence that we have. The Speaker answers him, "How will you table it, Mr. Mutuma?" Mutuma is asking him, "You are the presiding officer in this house. Guide me on how to table." Mr. Mutuma is being challenged. "How will you do it? You are not an MCA. That is why MCAs enter through the main door, and you entered through the back door." This was no longer differentiation. This was apartheid. Discrimination on the basis of the door you entered through. Whoever entered through the main door had a chance to table evidence. Whoever entered through any other door was denied a right to table evidence. Mr. Mutuma, exercising the persistence of a lawyer that we teach in law schools, continues. My hope is now pleading hope. My hope is that you will guide me on how we will lay the evidence that we have, because I'm a stranger in this house. The Speaker answers him, "We are going to rely on the Hansard system. As you talk, be aware that you are giving your evidence." He says, in desperation, "Well guided." A very well-trained lawyer. Whether you agree or disagree with the judge, you say most obliged. Well guided. May we then have a ruling before we proceed? Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, believe me or not, it is this assembly that has come here to ask you, why didn't they table their evidence before the assembly? We may agree or disagree with the governor on many things. We owe her a moral duty to be fair to her. The governor has been unfairly treated by the county assembly of Meru, as demonstrated by the county assembly's own records. And that is why we are here. You've been told in cross-examination, there are other women out there, Embu, Homa Bay, Nakuru, Kirinyaga. Are they also facing discrimination? Don't throw the gender card here. That's what the governor has been told in your hearing. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, those things were said to the person you saw with your own eyes and felt with all your other senses, including the sense of hearing, being told what was going to be done to her by the Kibiri. Those things, those questions. One day, I will teach about the moral obligation of counsel in cross-examination, particularly when particular evidence is now available. Will this Senate, in good conscience, completely overlook the evidence of Honorable Mpuriaburi in the presence of the Senator for Meru County, in the presence of the Deputy Governor of Meru County, in the presence of Honorable Mugambi Muridhania Rindikiri, demonstrating what they did with their hands holding the Kibiri against the governor? Shall we ignore that and say she's simply throwing a gender card? Shall we ignore the overwhelming evidence of the deputy governor chanting with youth in Meru, saying how the governor is a prostitute? Isn't that the locus classicus of a sexist remark? Will this Honorable Senate ignore the video clip that was played regarding that purported tree planting event at which no single seedling was seen being planted, but in which clear sexist remarks were made against the governor of Meru County? Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, before you is a fellow citizen, sinned in the matter you have experienced with your own senses and presence, being brought to trial before you. Allow me now to proceed and highlight the contradictions in the case of the County Assembly. Distinguished senators, when you retire in your private sessions, have these conversations among yourselves. Ask yourself this question, number one. The governor before you faces a charge of usurping the roles of other agencies in the county, doing the work of other functionaries in the county. Same governor then faces other charges that requires her to take responsibility for the acts and omissions of other functionaries in the county. How will you, distinguished senators, reconcile your sense of logic to that case? When you retire in your private chamber, distinguished senators, reconcile this for me kindly, because I'm a career learner. The governor is accused of making payments to county employees who are named 4 in number. Those county employees one of them steps here and says, he is complaining that he was paid. He told you that yesterday. Then you will be confronted with evidence that he is the one who went to court to obtain an order to compel the county government to pay him. That person who is complaining. I've been struggling whether I must law learner, good people. But I want you, in good conscience, to tell me, if you sat in the shoes of this governor, how will you learn a lesson from that? Because this governor is a human being. She's not a perfect person. She can make mistakes. But she must be confronted by logical claims from which she can draw logical lessons to become a better leader. That's what we do in oversight institutions such as this. But if you confront this governor with this kind of contradictions, how does she sit with her team and tell them this is the program of action on how we can become better? Same governor is accused of disobeying a court order because that payment was delayed. And the act of purging was the payment must be made. While at that, and I'll review this issue later, I am glad that in front of me, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir, are honorable members of the Senate of Kenya who have served as governors. I have a plea to those particular ones. Please convey the message to your members in your deliberations of just how many cases the governor of your county, being you, was named as a respondent. If for each of those cases, the governor was to be brought here and be impeached, how many governors shall survive in this country? Is that even a sustainable way of oversight in counties? The office of governor is a standard respondent, so to speak, in virtually all claims made against the county government. At the end of it all, as was the case in the case of the 4 petitioners in Meru, a specific officer of the county government was singled out and told it was your duty, the county secretary, to ensure that these things are done. Go back and comply and come back here to tell me you have complied. Shall we ignore that direction of the court? My learned colleague, Dr. Mudomi Thiankolu, has a legal philosophy called legal sophistry. Legal sophistry, according to Mudomi Thiankolu, is a process where people make technical legal arguments that technically make sense. But when you look at them substantively, they are unjust arguments. Sadly, he has advanced those arguments here today. We don't begrudge him. He is acting on client's instructions. The Senate, you are to act on the instructions of the Constitution. Shall you buy into that legal sophistry, or shall you buy into the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, my side is not very good. When my 30 minutes reach and it's shown, I'll beseech that my attention be drawn to it so that I manage my time better. I know I still have some time.
Yeah, you have 35 minutes to go.
Thank you. That's consistent with what my chronometer is telling me. Let me deal with the Assembly's witnesses one by one. Arimi, Mwaki, Paul, you'll find the person who came before you denying the obvious fact that his salaries was paid pursuant to a court order, even when he is told to read the court order saying the salary be paid. You'll find him complaining that he was in fact paid, that is his grievance. Why did you pay me? You'll find him the person who went to court to get an order to be paid. You'll find him saying, although I'm complaining that I was paid, I did not return that money to the county government. you'll be told, impeach this governor on the strength of that evidence. He then plays a video clip of the county's first gentleman, apparently saying that some people will not be returned to work. His name is not mentioned in that clip. The governor is not present in that meeting. The person present in that meeting and not condemning those things is the deputy governor, the person whose case has been argued here more than the case of the county assembly. I sat here and I was shocked at how the county assembly's lawyers spent copious minutes arguing the case of the deputy governor than the case of the assembly. But as the person who was in that meeting, Paul Arimi, for the sake of this impeachment, is prepared to forgive the deputy governor who was present there. He is prepared to crucify the governor who is not seen in that clip. Allow me to engage with my views on Honorable Kawira Evans Kara, the person who moved this impeachment motion. He has come here to tell you how Okolea Katoto Kameru is such a bad thing. You have seen his active role in Okolea Katoto Kameru up to August this year. You'll be told, impeach this governor on the strength of the testimony of that person. At some point, I asked my colleagues, what kind of people do these assembly members think senators are? Don't they have some residual respect for senators? Doesn't there come a time where you say, it's okay, I brought a very big case here, but I was misled. Now I am withdrawing limb 1, limb 2, limb 3, because I'm embarrassed by my own evidence. Let us focus on the following 2 issues so that we save time. They didn't do that. We don't begrudge them. We take confidence in the fact that this distinguished house is answerable to the Constitution and shall be faithful to the Constitution. Think about this, distinguished senators. Kawira Evans Kara Mheshimiwa tells you that Nefat Kinyua is the governor's brother-in-law. He then invites you to take judicial notice of that fact. It is in the public domain. I don't know. If I had a chance to engage senators one by one, I would have asked Senator Halwale, do you know that fact in the public domain? But I have no chance to get an answer to that. Good people, in legal practice, we take judicial notice of notorious facts. Facts like the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. Only a fool can counter-argue it. The fact that elections in this country were held on 9th of August 2020 is a notorious fact. No one can counter-argue it. To your utter consternation, at least mine, Kawira Evans Kara is asking you to elevate the marital status of Nefat Kinyua to that and take judicial notice of it. Who do they take senators for? Will you buy into these distinguished senators? Even when confronted with evidence of a formal marriage certificate, he proceeds with his theory that his public domain hypothesis of the marriage of Nefat Kinyua outweighs that marriage certificate. I would have hoped that as people who have a duty to this Senate, the council who presented Evans Kawira here would have at least withdrawn that part of their claim to save us time. Now think about the minutes I'm spending arguing this fact. We have to do it because they have put it to us. They disrespect this Senate. That's why they're saying they must preoccupy your precious time with this issue to the wire. The star witness, Honorable Kawira Evans, then introduces an alleged relationship between the first gentleman and Edwin Murangiri. He calls Edwin a nephew to the first gentleman. He's then asked, okay, somebody's nephew ordinarily is the sister's son. What is the name of the mother of Edwin so that we can see whether he's a sibling? He says, I don't know that name. Let me put it this way, honorable senators. This country inherited a common law tradition at the beginning of its legal system. We have shifted significantly from the common law tradition because of our transformative written constitution. In the old common law, there was the doctrine of parliamentary supremacy. In the new order, we have the doctrine of constitutional supremacy. But I say this, even in the traditions where parliament enjoyed supremacy, surely it had no power by fiat to impose relationships upon people. Tell somebody, this is your brother from today. This is your, you have been told to make that finding yourselves as Senate, that Edwin Murangiri is the nephew to the first gentleman. So what do you do when this man begins claiming inheritance from this family by virtue of your decision? Because these things have consequences. People will present this Hansard to courts in future to prove relationships. Shall we manage the aftermaths? These people did not respect this house. This witness insisted that county vehicles were destroyed in an Okolea event. We asked him, some senators asked him, vehicles in this country are identified by their registration numbers. There is no other method of identifying vehicles. He said, no, he has another method. Which is this method? The method is the affidavit of number 113748 PC Kevin Wafula is a method of recognizing or attributing ownership to vehicles. That was novel. I think the County Assembly's star witness elevated jokes to legendary heights. The witness tried to introduce a theory that the governor had employed Edwin Murangiri and Nefat Kinywa, who he claimed were the governor's relatives. We've shown there was no evidence they were, and as a matter of fact, they were not. It then turned out that these people were employed in 2017 and 2016 respectively, that the governor employed them in the county in advance of her election as governor. I'm just wondering, good people, what do this protect Senate to be? Can somebody in good conscience sustain this case to the wire, as the council of the assembly have done? Dr. Gitonga Jeremiah Ruturi came to this house. I would invite you to look at the affidavit of that witness, but I'll not read it because of time. The very first paragraph of that witness, the very first paragraph, when his memory is still clearest, he told the advocate drafting his affidavit that he is a director of IV Healthcare. When he stood here and was told to introduce himself, he took an oath before this Senate, and from his mouth perjured himself on oath, saying, I am a director of IV Healthcare. Learned Counsel Dr. Okubasu, exercising that power in the book of Proverbs chapter 17, confronted him in cross-examination. He asked him, if this Senate were to take the liberty and call a Form CR12 from the company's registry, would you appear on that CR12 as a director of IV Healthcare? He stuttered, and at that moment spoke about 3 other companies completely not mentioned in that affidavit. It turned out he was not a director of IV Healthcare. At paragraph 8 of his affidavit, which was read to him, He says that he was surprised upon arrival in China that the delegation that the governor had recommended to Ivy Healthcare were not a technical team. When he arrived in China, he learned that. It turned out the man never went to China. He started. Honorable Mugambi Rendekiri Murudania will be remembered by this House as a leader who was captured on video supporting the most sexually offensive remarks against a woman in the 21st century before the country's Senate, asserted by another leader, Mpuri Aburi, the honorable member. These are the people that we have been told have mounted a convincing case. Let's face it. I used to be taught, Mr. Speaker, sir, that no one makes good deals with bad guys. Can you get credible evidence from these most incredible fellow citizens? Is it possible? Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to now deal with the case, the charges presented by the County Assembly before this House. From the very outset, allow me to very humbly invite the honorable senators to administer a caution to themselves individually as you consider this matter. Individual senators, please caution yourself that the case of the County Assembly cannot be permitted to mutate from the charges that were prosecuted at the County Assembly. It cannot be allowed. Rule 19 of the 5th schedule of the standing orders, which provides for the procedure of the impeachment process before the whole House, as we are doing now, prescribes that in presenting its evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not a part of the allegations against the governor by the County Assembly, as forwarded by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. This case cannot be allowed to mutate. There must be logic behind this. The logic is there must be definitiveness on what the governor is responding to. Allow me to deal with counts 1 and 5 together. These counts are found in the Assembly's documents, Volume 1. Count 1 has 4 specific allegations. Allegation number 1, that the governor has violated certain provisions of the Constitution and the law. They are specified there, I'll not read them, by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the following. First, honorable senators, allow me to tell you this charge is duplex. It is a defective charge. If not for anything else, Mr. Speaker, sir, this means that you must discourage this form of drafting. It is poor drafting. The governor has to elect whether she is going to defend herself against engaging in those acts, against conniving in those acts, or against complicity in those acts. In law, that's an impossible task. What the Senate, my apologies, what the County Assembly has done is to cast a wide net, in the words of the fishing vocabulary, in the hope that it may catch crabs, fish, and perhaps some snakes, so that you say, anyway, we may have grabbed a lot of snakes, but there's one fish, so vote for this fish. It's a poor way of dealing with a case of this nature. A case of this nature requires military precision in the charges. Be that as it may, the governor is accused of doing those things in the form of embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother Kenneth Gwantai Muragiri, brother-in-law Nefat Kinywa, and nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Muragiri, all of whom are now collectively referred to as the governor's relatives, period. But the governor comes to this court and says, no, I want to give you evidence to show that I have not embezzled any funds through these people. How will I do this? I will give you vouchers to show what each of these people is being paid for. That is a sufficient answer to this charge. You are then told, no, he has not accounted for 70 million shillings. Honorable Senators, where is the charge for failure to account for 70 million shillings that the governor is supposed to respond to in that form? Number two, where is the charge of failure to account for 78 million shillings? Because if that charge came as such, then the governor would have been under an obligation to secure her finance people, to give her material in respect of all the 78 million. Then we can interrogate the material one by one. Is this credible? Is this not credible? And so forth. Once we have supplied that, we must show a causal connection between that money and the person of the governor. The governor was taken through a fairly humiliating exercise. She was reduced to a clerical officer. You are senators, you are state officers, you get impressed. You know the clerical process of dealing with a single imprest at a time. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you were personally to be held responsible for the imprest process in this house, would you possibly transact the business of this house? That is a matter this house must reflect on in your private moment before you take a vote. Even the clerk who is the administrative head of this house, if he was told to personally explain each of the individual signatures in every signature of 100 vouchers, would that be possible? Allow me to tell you why this charge is premature. An audit process presents a different environment, because an audit process, the auditor comes, receives documents, reviews them, asks questions, people go back to the drawing board, review their own material, come back. The whole process takes time until we have a report. Now here is where you file documents and you are bound by those documents. There's no feedback. So in this case, we have no audit report. The county assembly should have been patient for the auditor to audit these accounts, raise specific audit queries, fail to get answers to those audit queries, then mount a case based on the specific audit queries that are not answered. What has happened by counsel for the assembly before you is a sad commentary on how not to prosecute an impeachment motion. The governor is accused.
Council, you have 15 minutes.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you so much. The governor is accused of withdrawing county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they, the governor's relatives, are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county. Counsel for the assembly, in cross-examining the governor, completely misled this house, and I was saddened because counsel have a duty of candor. Despite our sectarian interests, counsel have a duty of candor. When you retire, honorable senators, look at volume 2 of the county assembly's documents. When you look at volume 2 of the county assembly's documents, you will discover that from page 1 to page 29, from page 1 to page 29 is a letter by Turanira Salesio Mutuma to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and some attachments. That is crucial, honorable senators. Among those attachments is a table prepared by the said Salesio, running from page 4 to page 14. Page 4 to page 14 is not an IFMIS extract. Page 4 to page 14 is a table prepared in Word format, in Microsoft Word format by Salesio. That's important because that question was put to the Senate as if this is an IFMIS extract. It is in this table, good senators, that at page 6, in row number 4, you will find an entry called hospital supplies. This is Salesio writing those words. It is not IFMIS in which this is entered. It is Salesio. A person who was not brought here. We were wondering whether he's a real human being or he could just be taking care of his goats somewhere. At page 11, in row 3, you will find hospital supplies, another entered record by Salesio, not from the IFMIS. The governor's case before you is this, that if you proceed to page 17 to 29, where the IFMIS extract is, and you look at the corresponding voucher numbers to these things Salesio has written, you will find in the IFMIS extract, these are hospitality supplies. That's the governor's case before you. So the impression created by my learned colleague, Dr. Mudomi Tiankolu, that this entry hospital supplies is an entry made by the county staff in IFMIS is a pure lie, sadly from council. When you continue looking at those charges, I'm more interested in count 1 because the other counts, they are the kind of counts that I can say fall on their own weight. But this one here, somebody tried to point at invoices in a manner that was rather frustrating for anyone who understands this process. In fact, when I sat where I was sitting preparing my submissions, because I was not in this house, I presumed that either counsel for the Assembly did not understand the impress system of government. Fortunately for us, this Senate works on impress systems. Count C, sorry, allegation C. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, before I forget. So the charge here is making various supplies, and that's why we supply only vouchers that show you what these payments are for. They are not for supplies. They are for particular recurrent expenses, that's all. So we are not accounting for 78 million shillings. We are just responding to this allegation. Thirdly, we are accused of paying full salary and benefits. In fact, those vouchers and those IFMIS entries are only relevant in respect to allegations A and B. When it comes to C, I have already mentioned to you that these payments were made pursuant to a court order. The lesser I say about that, the better. Count D says diversion or misuse of county resources, including funds or motor vehicles, to run the governor's private entity. You asked yourselves, which motor vehicle? You are told no. Go to the affidavit of police constable. You'll get it there. A very strange way of identifying a motor vehicle. I'm open to learning. I was not willing to learn that one. Allow me to demonstrate. Sorry? The Speaker, I said I have 10 minutes. Thank you so much. The governor was accused of nepotism and related unethical practices. before I argue that, when counsel for the county assembly, Mr. Ngwele, stood here and told you that they have proved that Kathure Rukania is among those who are paid money that's not accounted for, I asked myself, look at the 39 allegations before you, 39, and point out to me where the name Kathure Rukania appears, even appears in the 39 allegations, so that the governor can now take the task of explaining him. County Assembly has taken a strange stance before this assembly. I'm saddened if this is the trajectory of impeachment. Charge 2 is about nepotism and related charges. One of the claims here is that the governors send her unqualified technical team to China. Even when the county assembly witnesses are given their own documents saying the purpose of this trip or this request for clearance was to prepare and guide on the visit. They will express words. They insisted that no, ignore those words in their own documents. They were shown the invitation letter to China at page 79 of volume 2 of the assembly documents. They were asked, show us which part of this invitation is inviting technical cancer experts. They were unable to show it, but they have come here in closing submissions to insist that that was the nature of the invitation. It is a rule of ethics in trial advocacy that an advocate must never submit outside the evidence. Counsel for the assembly have breached that rule of ethics. They have said that the governor misrepresented to the Minister of Devolution that these were technical people. They are told, okay, these people are said in a letter dated 29th May 2023 to be technical staff. Who is technical staff? Isn't the governor's security a technical security staff? Isn't the governor's PA a technical administrative staff? Where was that word technical staff defined as a term of art? They can't show you. Then they say, we ask them, okay, the next week, the same county government writes the Minister of Devolution specifying these people's names and their designation, which you confirm is correct. So if they intended to mislead, where are they now clearly spelling out these people's designation before these people travel? They can't answer, but in their final submission, they still insist there was misrepresentation, a poor way of advancing the jurisprudence on impeachment. You'll be told this nepotism is in the engagement and employment of Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, a nephew to the governor. I've spoken about that. The lesser I say about it, the better. Nefat Kinyua, the governor's brother-in-law, in public knowledge. I mean, what kind of behavior is this? Assigning diplomatic duties. You'll be told the evidence that diplomatic duties were assigned is in a Facebook post. You are told, okay, read that Facebook post. Where does it assign diplomatic duties to the governor's relatives? It is not there. It's those pictures you see there. If you look at them carefully, they are speaking. Those pictures are speaking about diplomatic duties. Surely, a Senate to be engaged in that, I was a little embarrassed. That's 5 minutes, that's okay. Bullying, vilification, demeaning other leaders. We have shown what those leaders have done to the governor. The less I say about it, the better. They actually dared and threw the first stone when they had sinned more. Illegal appointments, I'll talk about this because this is statutory and I have an obligation to guide this Senate on the law. I will refer this Senate to section 64 of the County Government Act. It says, acting appointments shall be made only by the lawful appointing authority and for a specified period. It then says, nothing in this section, nothing that previous section has said, shall prevent a public officer, like the governor here, like the county secretary, those are public officers, from deploying another officer to perform the duties vested in another office during temporary absence, during a vacance that office. You will listen to the case of the county assembly. They will keep quiet on section 64, subsection 4, as if it does not exist. But let's move just further, senators. Subsection 5 says, if it comes to the attention of the County Public Service Board that a public officer has purportedly made an acting appointment, delegation, or deployment, as the case may be, contrary to the provisions of this section, the County Public Service Board shall take necessary corrective action. This is something that the law prescribes its own procedure of remedying. Why would we use a sledgehammer of an impeachment when the law actually prescribes a lesser restrictive measure that can solve the problem? That's what the county assembly has engaged you in. Naming a public road after the husband. Show us the road. Oh, let's go to Facebook. You'll find the... Surely, Senate has been engaged in that argument. I thought they would drop it in their final argument. Council stood here and insisted, we have produced compelling evidence in a Facebook post. That's elevating jokes to new house. Contempt of the assembly. 1, task to explain where that offense is found in statute. The witness, of course, stuttered. The governor has contextualized all her responses to the county assembly. May I just inform this Senate? You have summoned the governors here who have said, let us go to court and interpret the scope of your powers as Senate to invite us, to interrogate us. And you have engaged them in court. That is development of our law. That is not contempt of the assembly. The governor ought to be praised. Is this governor a peacemaker? You saw her with MCS, launching projects in their wards, giving them the opportunity to shine by being the ones who read those projects. You are politicians. You know what that means in terms of dignifying and improving the stature of those MCS. I say, true to her word, this governor is a foremost peacemaker. It matters not whether she shall be brought here 100 times. You cannot victimize her because those who torment her are tireless in their torments against her. I beseech you, senators, to vote against each of these charges overwhelmingly in the interest of your individual and collective conscience. I rest the governor's case.
Senator Okiya Mutata, kindly take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Muma. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, following the conclusion of the closing remarks by the Counsel for the County Assembly and that of the Governor, Rule 27 of the Rules of Procedure when considering the proposed removal of Governor in plenary provides as follows: that the Senate shall proceed into a camera session to deliberate on the issues raised. I now therefore direct that all members of public, including the media, to withdraw from the galleries and any form of broadcast from the chamber to cease forthwith. The camera session will be held for only 10 minutes, after which the open session will resume as per the hearing program that has been circulated. Specifically, the open session will resume at exactly 10 p.m. Once we resume, the parties will be allowed to walk into the chamber and take their space. Members of public will be allowed to walk into the chamber. Media will be allowed back to the chamber. That is at exactly 10 p.m. Now, upon resumption of the open session, a supplementary order paper will be circulated. The Senate Majority Leader will give a notice of motion to facilitate debate. Debate will then ensue on the motion in the usual manner. And at the conclusion thereof, the Honorable Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, will be given an opportunity to be heard. Thereafter, the Senate will proceed to vote on each of the impeachable charges. That is the direction of the chair. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the hearing of the motion for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. Just a recap of what was happening for the past 2 days. The Senate was considering the motion for the removal from office by impeachment of one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. A very warm welcome to these Senate Live proceedings. They are coming to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. On this Wednesday afternoon's order of paper, the Senate will continue the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And just a recap of the proceedings earlier on today, the Senate considered the communication that was made by the Speaker of the Senate to the Senate yesterday before adjourning on the comments by one CS Moses Kuria on the X platform, formerly the Twitter, on the comments that were made on this process. And a lot of senators raised a lot of concern about the conduct of that CS, and some were even of the opinion that it should be dismissed from the cabinet as well as fired. Though under the Constitution of Kenya, Article 152, sub-article 6, it's only the National Assembly that can impeach a cabinet secretary. And under that provision, a member of the National Assembly, supported by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly, may propose a motion to the President requiring the President to dismiss a CS on the grounds of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, or where there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national or international law. You can see senators have begun to stream into the House, and the defense, rather the counsel for both the County Assembly and the governor are already in the House. Earlier on, during the morning session, the county governor called 3 witnesses, among them Nicholas Kinyua, Muna Josephat, who is an MCA, and there was also Adrian Karichia, who is a Jorincheke council elder, and distinguished legal practitioner Dixon Munene, who practices law together with Mr. Duncan Okubasu. And I came to testify on behalf of the governor. And can see senators are streaming to the chamber. And in a minute from now, once we get the quorum and the speaker enters the chamber and takes the chair, we shall add you over to those proceedings. As we had indicated, as you have just indicated earlier on, the governor has already called 3 witnesses that you have mentioned, and the Senate, once it resumes the counsel for the County Assembly, Dr. Mudomi Diankolu, will continue to cross-examine Mr. Dixon Monene, who is a CCM, that is County Executive Committee member for the County Government of Meru, and is the main star witness for these for the governor for Meru County, and the County Assembly of Meru will try to see if they can prove the allegations that the governors already they have accused the governor of, and whether they can punch or the punch holes rather to speak on the evidence by the governor in order to support their case. And during the morning session, there were issues to do with the coercion of members. You can see the procession of the speaker entered the chamber, and once the speaker takes his chair, we shall add you over to plenary. The presiding speaker is the Senate Speaker, Jeff Amason Kingi. and he's approaching his chair, and once he takes the chair, we hand it over to plenary for the proceedings. Welcome and enjoy the proceedings.
I beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, is there a quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
To be rung for 10 minutes. And this is in line with the standing orders of the Senate, and that is standing order 39 and standing order 40. Under the Senate standing order 39, the required quorum before the Senate can sit is 15 senators, and the quorum at the commencement of a sitting under that provision of standing order 40 is that at the commencement of a sitting, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is the process that is going on now. The quorum bell is being rung for 10 minutes so that members of the Senate can get into the chambers for the start of this afternoon session. Just to keep you abreast with what is going on, can see that we have the legal team of the County Assembly that is on your screen now, led by one Dr. Mudomi Diankolu. And there is also Muriuki, an advocate at Mawera too. And just to guide the listeners on what is going on, the governor is now adducing his evidence, and that evidence shall that the witness who was on the stand before the Senate went for lunch or broke for lunch will take the stand again for cross-examination by the County Assembly, and thereafter if there is any re-examination. And the governor had indicated can see the legal team of the governor led by Elisha Ongoya and Elias Mutuma, and there is Okubasu Duncan. They are ready to give evidence in trying to defend the impeachment of the governor. And the governor indicated in the morning that she was going to call for witnesses, and the third witness is coming back for cross-examination rather. And the ones that is done, can see there is the county governor for Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, together with her lawyer, Elias Mutuma. Once the Senate resumes, the governor will have to call her final witness rather, and thereafter, the senators will have an opportunity to field questions and requests for clarification by senators. And once that is done, then the Senate will continue rather to hear the closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly. And they will have 1 hour or 60 minutes to do so. And after the County Assembly has made their closing statements and remarks on this matter, the Senate will have the governor will have 60 minutes or 1 hour to make a closing statement on that impeachment. And then the Senate now, after that, will resort to debate on that motion for impeachment, and thereafter vote on whether to impeach the governor for Meru County or not to uphold that impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru. Just see the quorum bell has stopped ringing. The speaker is, we are over, we see if there's quorum. Yeah.
Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County.
Now, I'm informed when we took the lunch break, witness Dixon Munene was on the stand, and he was being cross-examined by the county assembly team, and that they had 30 minutes to conclude that cross-examination. So kindly let the witness take the stand, and counsel for the county assembly, you may now proceed with the cross-examination. You have 30 minutes.
belong to? The governor.
Like you let me, there is an AIE order under that office.
There is an AIE order, of course, but the document is clear. These are transactions in the office of?
Of the governor.
Good. Please confirm, Mr. Munene, that the governor's explanation for all these prepayments is that they were impressed. Is that what the record shows?
That is not what the governor's explanation is.
Sergeant at times, is there a problem with the witness's microphone? And Mr. Mnene, when you're responding, get closer to the microphone so that we can hear your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's now clear.
Mr. Munene, you know there is a matter on the record. Are you saying the governor's explanation is not that the prepayments on these IFMIs were impressed? That our sister Rose Kinya and the other officers were holding?
The explanation is that it's a recurrent expenditure.
Can I refer you to page 8 of the governor's response? Are you there, Mr. Munene?
No, I am not.
Page 8 of the governor's response, Mr. Speaker.
Tell my advocate to guide me with documents. Tell them to give me the document.
At page 8, paragraph 1.1.12, what is the explanation the governor offers?
As late as 15th August 2023, the mover of the motion at the County Assembly publicly through his Facebook page stating that the PA, driver and protocol people were entitled to facilitation. That's a statement of fact.
What does she say at paragraph 1.1.7 of our defense?
So which page?
Page 7.
However, no embezzlement of funds has been established. Rose receives money as an imprest holder from time to time as per DMs.
Good. So you agree with me, sir, the governor's explanation for these prepayments, specifically the ones to our sister, is impressed. It's there in black and white, Mr. Monene.
Yes, I agree, it's impressed.
Good. To the best of your knowledge of the law, sir, can a public officer hold two imprests at the same time?
What do you mean by two imprests?
Exactly that. Two imprests. Can an officer hold two concurrent imprests?
Yes.
Are you familiar, sir, with the Public Finance Management, in bracket, County Government Regulations of 2015?
Yes, I am.
Can you read Regulation 93, paragraph 4, subparagraph B.
Regulation 93, it's on classes of imprests.
Yes.
An imprest shall be issued for a specific purpose, and any payments made from it shall be only for the purposes specified in the imprest warrant. There are two types of imprests, namely temporary or safari imprests and standing imprests.
If you pause there, the imprest alluded to in the governor's response is the temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
I don't get the allusion.
You just read for us, there are two types of imprest.
Yes.
One is standing, and the other one is temporary, also known as safari. Now back to the defense you read for the governor. Didn't she say these were imprest for per diems?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree with me, the governor's explanation refers to temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And in fact, we are told in subparagraph 3 that these are meant for official journeys. Correct or incorrect from the regulation?
Where?
The same page you're looking at, regulation 93, subparagraph 3.
Says that temporary imprests shall be issued mainly in respect of official journeys and are intended to provide officers with funds with which they can meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses.
Sir, is it possible for an officer to be on several safaris on the same day, so that they would have several imprests on the same day?
I don't think there is a place where we have gotten several imprests.
Just answer my question, sir. We'll get there. Is it possible for a human being to be on 5 safaris on the same day?
It depends.
It depends.
Yes.
That takes me to paragraph 4, paragraph B. Can you read it for the Senate?
Still on Regulation 93?
Of course, sir.
Before issuing temporary imprests under paragraph 2, the accounting officer shall ensure that the main objective of the journey cannot be achieved by other cheaper means. B, the applicant has no outstanding imprests.
Good.
C,
the accounting officer
Assembly proceedings, afternoon sitting on this 24th day of October, the year 2023. This is a live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the National Assembly will this afternoon consider the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 54 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Endebess, Honorable Robert Pukose. This bill will be considered at the Committee of the Whole House stage. And there are amendments that have been moved by various leaders in this particular bill for the consideration of the bill at the Committee of the Whole House stage. The chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health intends to move a number of amendments on this particular bill. There are various amendments that have been proposed to be moved on this bill. and that will be considered at the committee over the whole house stage. But a look at what this particular bill entails is that this bill is established, or rather this bill establishes the Kenya Drugs Authority as a corporate body capable of suing and being sued, taking, purchasing, acquiring, holding, or disposing of movable or immovable property, and doing or performing all such other things or acts for the proper discharge of its function under the Act, which may be lawfully done by a body corporate. The mover of this bill indicates that in keeping with the international best practices and guidance from the World Health Organization, the aim of the proposed national health products regulatory system is to safeguard the health of the public by ensuring the quality, safety, and efficacy or effectiveness of medicines and related health products based on principles of sound science, evidence, and transparency. This requires an institutional framework with a clear legal mandate and the requisite expertise and independence in decision making. It is for this reason that the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill is proposed. But as you can see, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, we don't have numbers yet.
Well, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has directed that a quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes at the commencement of the House business. Pursuant to Standing Order number 34, the House needs to have a quorum over 50 members. But if the House does not have that requisite number, then the Chair or the Speaker may order that the quorum bell be rung, of course, to enable the members to be able to get into the chambers and allow the House achieve the required number pursuant to the House Standing Order. We've just seen the Sergeant at Arms indicating that 3 members, once they walk in, will be able to enable the House reach that particular number. But of course, we know members will be getting into the chambers to follow on this afternoon sitting proceeding. And in a few minutes, of course, we will see the Sergeant at Arms indicate that the House has achieved the quorum, and the Speaker will call the House to order, and the business of the House shall begin immediately. Well, that is the Sergeant at Arms indicating to the Speaker that the quorum has been achieved allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you Order number by 1, KBC administration partnership of with oath. PBU. Good afternoon. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the Parliament of Uganda. I wish to introduce to you a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Uganda. The delegation comprises of the following: Ms. Geria Beatrice, Senior Principal Administrative Assistant; Mr. Mugisha David, Principal Economist; Mr. Chaligonza Moses, Principal Policy Analyst; Ms. Ajilong Eacho Betty, Legislative Counsel; Ms. Mary M. Atieno, Office Assistant; and Mr. Moses Lubwama, Office Assistant. The delegation is on a visit to the National Assembly of Kenya to learn about the execution of strategic programs undertaken in the Office of the Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and other offices in the National Executive. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them and wish them a fruitful engagement in the country. Second, to Honorable Robert Mbui, in the matter of Sabina Chege, David Mwenje, Jubilee and Azmio, I'll deliver my ruling tomorrow at 2:30. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
What is it, Mwenje? Is it Mark Mwenje? Oh,
Mark Mwenje.
I'm so sorry. I was in the 7th Parliament, 9th Parliament with your father. So I was, but the apple never fell far from the tree. Proceed. Next order. Have you called?
Order number 3, messages.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Eula, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders relating to messages from the Senate, I wish to report to the House that on 23rd October 2023, I received a message from the Senate regarding the approval of the motion on the extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee. The message conveyed that on Wednesday, 18th October 2023, the Senate considered and approved the motion on the extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee without amendments. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 17th October 2023, the National Assembly approved the motion on the extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from 28th October 2023. The approval by the Senate in the same form as approved by the National Assembly concludes the bicameral consideration of the matter. The House is accordingly guided. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th October 2023. 1, a report of the Auditor General and financial statement on Upper Tana Catchment and Natural Resources Management for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein. And 2, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF Board Report on project proposals, approvals, disbursement, and status and restrictions imposed on constituency account for the first quarter of financial year 2023-2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. The Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th October 2023. This is the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on study visit to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, headquarters in Lusaka, Zambia, from 24th to 31st May 2023.
Thank you. Next. Okay, sorry. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 5, and at number 5, 1B, I'm told the chair of the NGCDF committee had some comment to make. Do you? If you are not, then it's okay.
Yes, I don't have.
Okay, fine. Members, next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Select Committee on Regional Integration.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion that this House adopt the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on the study visit for the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, headquarters in Lusaka, Zambia, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th October 2023.
Thank you. So, Honorable Sirma, I'm told I stay your matter, both on laying the report and giving notice of motion. So ordered. Member for Westlands, Tim Wanyonyi. Can you give him the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that land is a critical but limited factor of protection that supports human habitation and food production, noting that agriculture is Kenya's main economic mainstay, appreciating that the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, Monetary Policy Committee Agriculture Sector Survey 2022 estimated that the contribution of agriculture sector to the country's gross domestic product, GDP, to be 22% directly and 27% indirectly, through its linkages with other sectors. Further appreciating that the survey showed that the sector employs over 40% of the country's total population. Concerned that in the Land Reforms Volume 3 publication, the Kenya Land Alliance land estimated that only 17% of the country's land mass is classified as suitable for rain-fed agriculture land, while the remainder is either semi-arid or arid. Further concerned that the country's agriculture productivity has been decreasing over the years, cognizant of the fact that the decline in agriculture productivity is partly attributable to the shrinking agricultural land due to unplanned settlements that encroach on agricultural lands. Further concerned that agricultural lands in the rural areas are continually being subdivided into small portions for build-up development, thereby diminishing the size of land available for agriculture, noting that there is need to put in place measures for effective land use in the country in order to guarantee optimal use of agriculture. Now, therefore, this House resolved that the government, through the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, puts in place a policy framework for effective land use in rural areas by consolidating and designating zones for built development for commercial and residential developments with shared public utilities, and separate zones for agricultural use in order to arrest further diminishing of agricultural land and steady the country's agricultural productivity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wanyonyi. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next order, there are no questions.
Order number 8.
Hold. Yes, Honorable Robert Mbui, the acting minority leader.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence and probably advise as the head of this House, Mr. Speaker, because we are now heading towards the national examinations. And you are aware, Mr. Speaker, that under Article 94, Part 5, that no person or body other than Parliament has power to make provision that has a force of law. Mr. Speaker, recently, the Ministry of Education, through the Kenya National Examination Council, communicated that this year's exams, all the people that will be managing exams, the center managers, are supposed to go to the sub-county headquarters to pick the exams 2 times in a day. Previously, Mr. Speaker, it was just once in a day in the morning, and they would have the exams in the schools until the end of the day. But this new provision, Mr. Speaker, poses certain challenges because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes because it might also be the rainy season, the issue of not distance is one problem. The other issue is also the issue of terrain and the possibility that the exams, if they have to be done in the morning, returned to the sub-county headquarters and picked for the afternoon, this might pose a very major challenge, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted your indulgence so that we can find a way forward for the sake of the citizens of this country and our candidates for this year. Because also, again, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to some of the sub-county directors, Mr. Speaker, and they're saying they're not even aware whether they'll be given additional funding to be able to manage that extra trip. Because now, what happens that the trips will actually be double. That means the cost of transportation of exams will double, as the ministry provided that kind of money, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the other issue which is also concerned with the ministry is the issue of the task force, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the House did say that the task force needs to bring their report to the House so that we can deliberate on it. But Mr. Speaker, we are about to close schools this term until next year. And our teachers are supposed to prepare for next year. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are not even sure what subjects will be taught in junior secondary school come January next year. So it's very important that as a House we take up this matter so that the schools close and everybody knows exactly what needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, thank you for that opportunity.
Who is supposed to collect the exam, the school teacher or the invigilator?
Mr. Speaker, the center manager, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to go to the center, the sub-county headquarters, pick the papers, take them to school. When they do the morning papers, they take them back all the way to the sub-county headquarters, return the morning papers, pick the ones for afternoon, again take them to the schools. So it's a major challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Meli, before you respond, Honourable members, the matter raised by the Honourable Robert Mbui for order Order, members. The matter raised by the Honorable Member for Kadhiani came up in the House Business Committee. And the House Business Committee gave him leave to raise the matter on the floor. If what he's saying is true, then it must be a source of concern to all of you. And we need the Chair of Education to explain to the House, because the integrity of examinations cannot be compromised under whatever circumstances. And what, Honorable Meli, if what we were told in the House Business Committee is true, then it is not right that a head teacher is also the manager of the examination center of his own school. That is not what used to be in the old days. There was an invigilator from a different school to come to superintend over the examination to avoid the temptation to cheat. Secondly, there are some areas of this country, like North Hall, where from one school to the center where they are to pick the examination is probably 300 kilometers. So how do you expect the head of the center to pick exams in the morning, take them back, and then pick the afternoon papers and bring them to school again? There are also areas that are bandit prone that you must be careful about, like McLeod's constituency. I've seen a flash on 411 that there is some banditry going on in some area. So if you have areas like those, Honorable Meli, remember that the children of this country, whether they are in Kilimani Junior Academy or in Turbi or in Todonyang or in Horoholo, wherever, they are children of this country and must have the same treatment in terms of examinations. So before you give the House your assurance, I'll give 3-3 on either side or 4-4 to make comments on this very important matter. It is something that as a House, you need to be on top of things so that the children who sit for exams, those who pass must pass fairly, those who don't pass must fail fairly. Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's of great concern, especially the issues that have been raised by Honorable Mbui.
Comparing with Meli, let him listen to what.
And these are the issues actually we have received from our various constituencies. That every time the Kenya National Examination Council does change formats of delivering examinations, as a result of which we are told the exam has been stolen. This is shameful. It is the high time Kenya National Examination Council actually woke up and it became serious and they took the issues of examinations very seriously, such that it has in place a policy that will begin day one up to the end, where the examination is delivered, supervised, and sealed in a manner that is of great integrity. Otherwise, this idea of today you do this, tomorrow you do the other one, all of them are flop, results are out, and they are the first ones to admit that the exam was actually stolen. It is the high time the Kenya National Examination Council, the Minister of Education, took the issues of examination in this country back to the days of yore, when we used to have real exams where students would pass fairly, students would fail fairly. So I agree, we need to hear from the chairman as regards what policies are in place for this year, including my constituency, Tharaka, which also is example of what you have actually given. Vast schools are far apart, and the students have to walk long distances to do these exams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bumula, take no more than 2 minutes each.
I join this debate, Honorable Speaker, at a point where our education system is experiencing a very sad situation. As we speak, schools do not have money. Money for capitation has not reached schools. Head teachers do not have any money whatsoever. The teachers who marked exams, even last time, some of them up to now have not received the money. Honorable Speaker, this House has been allocating money to the Ministry of Education and therefore to NEC. We cannot continue this way, Honorable Speaker. And I want to call upon this House that we must take a very strong position against Kenya National Examination Council, against the manager, the CEO downwards of NEC. And Honorable Meli, my brother, we must work together on this to ensure that we flush out the culprits in NEC that are making the situation unbearable for the children of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join my colleagues on this issue. It's very important that we have examination integrity in this country. And examination integrity in this country gives the Kenyan certificate what we thought that it requires to have. Honorable Speaker, issues of examination are sensitive. And as our children take examinations, one of the things that we need to do is to give our children the confidence that whatever they're going to do, whatever they have been through school for those many years, it's going to be worthwhile doing that examination. Honorable Speaker, I know that issue of bringing in exams, taking twice in a day. But I also know that the Ministry of Education has taken steps towards shortening the distance between where the exam is taken and the school. In my constituents, for example, I have one sub-county, but I have 4 centers within the same sub-county where examinations will be picked and dropped. And containers have been distributed in this country to the nearest police station. That makes it possible for exams to be dropped and picked in the morning and in the afternoon. So unless there are other cases, but the case in this country is that containers have been put in every police station or where there is an administrative unit where examinations can be picked. So Honorable Mbui, it's not practical that the ministry will say that the distance is long. What is practical and what is on the ground right now, unless he has not visited his constituency recently, there are many centers where examinations can be picked, and that is the position. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hassan of Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do support Honorable Mbui's position. It is terrible that in fact in this day and age we seem to be grappling with the same problem that we have had for so many years. It is bad for the students, it's bad for the parents, it's bad for the country, and is a terrible blot on the consciousness of this nation as a whole. And this is something we must fight, not only in the Ministry of Education, although in the Exam Council, it should be done nationally as well, because this culture of cheating, the culture of shortcuts, is prevalent in our society and in our country. And we can't just blame the students, the parents, and some few members of the National Education Council. We need a more concerted effort. And this also is impacting on those children forever, because when they go to college, they don't do very well. When they go to university, they suffer because they were not well prepared. They have fake results, and it is bad for them. Therefore, we must do whatever is necessary to fight this scourge of cheating in our country.
Thank you. Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Matters of examination are serious matters. And Honorable Speaker, what our Deputy Majority Leader has alluded to is correct but not practical. Honorable Speaker, I may give an example of my own constituency. From the one sub-county to where is said it's the middle, unless the exam is taken by border. There are no roads. The roads are very horrible with this heavy rains, and even in the instances where we have constituencies which are very vast, like the ones you just mentioned, of about 300 kilometers, even if they divide the 300 kilometers by 2, it will still be 150 kilometers to the nearest. Really, the idea is good, but it is not practical, and the NEC and the minister and the whole education fraternity have to retract and revisit this issue within the shortest time possible and supervise the exam that it is done without cheating, but in a practical manner. Otherwise, it is not tenable, and that method is just horrible.
Member for Turkana, is it East? Nicholas Gigor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance to give my voice to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker,
it's a statement.
Statement, I mean. Mr. Speaker, as you have just put it right, this issue of exam management for this year, it is somehow horrible. I have just come from my constituency, and after visiting several schools for their prayer days, that is starting last week to this Monday, last Monday. Mr. Speaker, what I was told by the center's managers, those are the head teachers and the principals, they were just giving what it has been mentioned this afternoon here, that the exam management, it has changed. They will be taking morning exams to the center, back to the headquarters of the constituency or the sub-county, then they take the afternoon exams, then they take it back in the evening after the exams of that day. Mr. Speaker, you have just given an example of some of the constituencies or the sub-counties. Let me just give you a live example of my constituency.
In 30 seconds.
There is a center called Capedo, which is 150 kilometers from Lokori, which is the headquarters of my sub-county. Mr. Speaker, how can the exam be taken from Lokori to Capedo, then back in the afternoon? How many hours? And the journey is a journey of 7 hours from the headquarters of the sub-county to that center. How can it be manageable? Mr. Speaker, this issue must be addressed so that...
Thank you. Maclap. We are coming to an end.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Ministry of Surprises. Surprise number one, Mr. Speaker, is inconveniencing students and teachers in performing their exams. This is a new surprise in town, and we are not even interested in the CEO of NEC. The minister responsible for education must be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, surprise number two, those of us who come from bandit-prone areas, students are told to leave their school where they have been studying for all these years and go and do exams in another place, an environment that is not known to them, and even how they will eat, how they will survive for the number of days is a problem. Surprise number three, Mr. Speaker, is some of these areas that are very difficult are bandit invested, as you say. Mr. Speaker, as we even talk now in some school, Kabindasu, bandits are actually marooned GSU officers. The security forces are more insecure than the citizens. What about the students? Mr. Speaker, this Ministry of Surprises of even using regulation to introduce changes in education is a problem. The surprises in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, must be fixed by Parliament so that there is order in the education system and our children will be able to do exams that has quality and integrity that can earn a name in the future of Kenya.
I'll give 2-2, then we end there. Member for Narok North, Mama Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the statement. Examination is a serious issue that we need to look into. And cheating, lying, during examination is an issue that has been going on for a long time. And it is time that we need to deal with it once and once for all, so that we can give certificates to those who have worked for it. And saying that exams will be transported twice a day in some areas like my constituency, where I have 6 wards and the roads are impassable, I don't think that those exams can be transported twice in a day and still reach to the schools at the right time. So I think it is time that the Ministry of Education look into that issue, because even giving one person who is a manager to have or to get hold of this exam with a border man alone, I don't think that the exams will be really fair. And these exams are supposed to reach to the students while nobody has interfered with it. So it means that by the end of it all, there are so many people that will interfere with these exams, and the exams will not be secured. So I think it is an issue that we need to look into. Thank you.
The last one, Mwalimu Mboko Milemba. That is the end of that story.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the center of everything that has been said is the teacher. The person whom you have heard being mentioned as the center organizer is actually the head teacher or the principal, and is basically the teacher. And in the event anything happens wrong, Honorable Speaker, that's the person who is punished, is addicted, and currently he's actually dismissed by the Teacher Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, even now, the people who have been invited to go and supervise exams have been invited forcefully. Ordinarily, they are supposed to actually apply and get there. But now teachers have been given letters and they don't want to go and supervise. So we shall still have a problem on supervision. But finally, because of time, at the center of all this is also lack of money in the schools, because the practicals require money and there's no money in the schools. The last tranche to be sent was a long time ago. My advice is this, that because exams are more important in this country than the economy sometimes, unlike America, where they vie the economy more, could the Honorable CS for Education be given time to come to this house before we close, so that he gives confidence to these members and Kenyans that exams will be clean? Otherwise, we shall have the same case we had last time, when one school got all the A's and others got nothing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Melly, the chair of the committee. Do you have the facts with you to respond now, or I give you first thing tomorrow morning?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish
Do you have capacity to speak on behalf of the ministry?
No, I cannot speak on behalf of the minister. I will request that I ask the minister to give me facts I can table before the House tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you are the one who will start the House tomorrow as always. The first shot you'll give to any member is to Honorable Melly to bring a statement from the minister to assuade members and the public from the fears being exhibited, so that we don't deal a psychological blow to our children who are going to sit exams, so that we can encourage them to go and face exams with courage. And on your behalf, my own behalf, I want us to wish all the students who are going to sit exams in the country the very best, so that they can all come out with good results to transition to the next levels. Thank you. Next. As we go to the next order, yes, Kaluma? Not on the same issue?
I can't raise the same issue, Honorable Speaker, after your wise decision. Maybe I would have just wished that, because tomorrow we are meeting the cabinet secretaries on the plenary, it could be an issue that may be raised with the office, with Melly, if the response is not satisfactory in the early sessions of tomorrow. But Honorable Speaker, I'm standing before you under Standing Order number 131 of the Standing Orders of the House, Honorable Speaker, that provision permits a member to stand before the House rises to go into the committee of the whole House to address the issues therein. The issue, Honorable Speaker, is that that standing order provision empowers you as Speaker and gives you discretion.
Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
The order has not been called yet.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, so you are actually anticipating debate.
I'm sorry, Honorable
What
Speaker.
I suggest you do is once the order has been called and the Speaker has left the chair and you go to the committee of the whole, the chair of the committee will give you the first bite to raise the issue you are raising.
I thought, Honorable Speaker, that the issue can only be dealt with by the substantive Speaker, not the chair of the committee of the whole, because otherwise the chair would have to return to your seat to...
Okay, let's call out the order. I'll hear you.
Yes, sir.
Committee of the Whole House. Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, before the Speaker leaves the chair, we'll give Kaluma 2 minutes to prosecute what he wants to prosecute. I also want to encourage you that this is a bill that is literally precedent setting. The committee has proposed amendments to each and every clause, including the title. Ordinarily, I would have advised them to bring a wholly new bill. But since we have reached where we are, I have acceded to the amendments to be walked through. Honorable Pukose and his group are going to prosecute for a long time, I believe, amendments to each and every clause, including the title. And I hope that you will have the stamina and the time, because this is an extremely important bill in the health sector of this country. Can I hear Honorable Kaluma?
Honorable Speaker, you partly prosecuted the matter I wanted to raise with you. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill. I was requesting, Honorable Speaker, that in the light of the several amendments proposed, and Honorable Speaker, I can confirm from pages 1479 to pages 1526, over 48 pages of the order paper for today, there are proposals, number one, by the committee, including the title, and I agree with the committee. Then there are proposals by several other members. I see Irene Mayaka, Honorable Peter Sowino, I'm seeing Honorable Dr. Nikal. Honorable Speaker, the provision of standing order number 131 empowers you to direct that where there are more than 10 amendments, those matter or the bill itself can be referred back to the relevant committee, which will be the Committee on Health for Harmonization. Honorable Speaker, this is what we call winnowing. So I was requesting that we don't proceed to the Committee of the Whole, if you allow, but because this matter is very serious, it goes for winnowing, and we harmonize all these amendments. Honorable Speaker, maybe I also mentioned, because of shortness of time, that if you look at page 1387 of this bill, it is a bill proposing to repeal the whole of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board Act. It is seeking to repeal the Food, Drugs, and the Scheduled Substances Act. Both of those statutes are being repealed in terms of the whole act in whole. It seeks to repeal section 16, 17, and 18 of the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. I've looked at those acts, Honorable Speaker, it is seeking to repeal. I've also looked at the sections of the various laws it is seeking to repeal, not in whole, but in part. And Honorable Speaker, they are very substantive. It would be therefore necessary, Honorable Speaker, that we go back to the committee, the relevant committee, so that we don't just deal with the bill itself, but also be assured in a way, by way of cross-checking, that the good provisions in the various acts of parliament
sought to be repealed.